You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
They may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Here we go.
There we go.
There we go.
Now picture this 5-10 years ago.
Oh, it was solid people, man. It was huge.
But
huge.
you know, okay, like I grew up in Toronto, and we used to go downtown on any given day, and you'd be shoulder to shoulder people like this.
Yeah.
And
that
that doesn't even happen anymore downtown
Sidewalk
unless
to
there's
sidewalk.
an event. Yep.
Yeah, sidewalk to sidewalk. But, it's not one of those this year. And then we have to start fresh and build again.
Yep.
It's doing things like this to allowing people to know that, hey, this is still going on and why we should be getting involved in it.
And we like to air these things so that people like myself who can't do this anymore, get a. I mean, even if you're not there, you're still supporting us, and you're supporting this event, and that helps because it creates a conversation, and maybe next year there'll be double what's here.
Yeah, exactly. As long as I don't forget, throughout the parade, I'll grab some people. I'll ask them why they are marching.
Yes, I think you should.
All right, there you go. So, what do you think?
I think it's excellent. I love, again, I was talking with Timmy earlier, and it's always like somebody starts something and everybody responds. And that's the beautiful thing about it is we're all here, and it's these events to give us a chance to kind of find each other. So this is my first march. I've been involved in plenty of events, but my first march. So
really,
so it's really exciting to be part of the movement and has, excuse me, in that sense. And again, any opportunity that we get to kind of unite commercial, legacy, home grower, and just cannabis advocate together as one voice, collectively, we're going to get more done. So, bueno.
Exactly. More people will speak up, our voices are louder.
Yeah, that's it. I think it was Dalai Lama who said, if you think you're too small to make a difference, sleep in a tent with a mosquito. So, kind of
lots of times.
So if you don't believe, anybody who's done that can definitely agree how a small thing can make a big difference.
You should let everybody know who you're talking to.
So, pardon me?
You should let everybody know who's talking.
Oh, I'm D the Bug Guy. I'm just I'm a Canadian grower. I'm medically licensed. I'm also CanCell certified. So I love exploring the different aspects of the industry, as well as being part of the moving change. We have a good system in the sense that it's better than not having one, but there's still work to be done.
That's right. Sure is. Yeah. So basically you march for?
Access, and I march for everybody. I march for those that can't be here today. I march for those that have been incarcerated for this plant, that still feel silenced, that don't have the access. But like I said, otherwise, we're here to support the plant. And the people that are here are trying to make a difference. A lot of familiar faces and a lot of new faces. So, So, like I said, me being one of them with the march. But, there's events surrounding it. We come together. It's a round table. Next time is better. So it's all about execution. And like I said before, you build it and they come.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
All right. Well, thank you for the words.
Anytime, man. You know, I'll see you throughout the day, bro.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We will. I'm gonna see if I can grab Scott here.
Who?
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Dad, how are you doing these days?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure. The answer is 8. It's always 8.
It's always 8. Not for this question, though. Why do you march?
I march because we still have a message to send around the world. We've legalized it. We've made it work for the best. I think it's not perfect, but we've made it. And we were talking earlier, a few of us, about the old expo days and treating yourself and how far we've come. And yet the world still is trying to catch up, I think.
And back in those days, we were out advocating for cannabis law reform, and we're still asking for cannabis law reform because there's always, like you said, it's not perfect. There's always changes that could be made.
Lots of changes that can be made. From the fact that they're talking about decriminalizing hard drugs right now, I think that's a good conversation to be having, and I think it's the right time. Also, I want to say something. I have a very nasty injury I recently suffered, and I have really come to realize this. We should maybe
we should move along, eh?
that some of the damn packaging. Did you get it? Some of the damn packaging in these containers and stuff that we're buying nowadays.
Oh, brutal!
I have suffered greatly trying to get into these.
Oh, big time! Oh, I know.
Putting my foot down, I'm tired of it, and I know a lot of people are.
Yeah, like I anything that I've had to open, majority of the time I've had to use scissors in order to get into them.
It's very difficult to do right now. So, and I'm not complaining, not at all. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I'm saying that this is a simple injury in a lot of people's lives to what they've suffered. And if I'm having that much difficulty trying to get into my medicine, I can't imagine what it must be for a lot of people.
Oh, yes, because especially so many people go to the stores for medicinal purposes. And I think that's I'm going to say too, because there's been a lot of increase in the older category of people going in, right? So they're having to deal with these packages.
And yes, from seniors to disabled people, even the people that are new to it, they're befuddled by some of these packagings. And I just look at them and just have to roll my eyes and go, yeah.
Yeah. Organization. Yeah, correct. Well, we caught up to the parade again there, Al. All right, Scott, thanks. We'll be talking, man.
I will look forward to
That's right. Bye. How are you? Can I ask you a question, just so you know? I'm Al. Here's my producer, and we're live on 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. So basically, my basic question is pretty simple. Why do you march?
I've been doing it for years, and we still need to recognize it globally, so I march.
There you go. Exactly.
I want to travel and be able to smoke weed in other countries.
Yeah, exactly. Good answer. Thank you. Right. So we need lounges. We need lounges where they can host events.
Yes, we do. We're missing so many of them now. It's really sad.
So why do you march, Ashley?
Oh, because this needs to be legal everywhere, and we need to change the face of legality too. We definitely need lounges.
Yeah, exactly.
We used to have a lot of them in Toronto. Not
Yeah.
Now there's
exactly.
like 4.
We'll get there. As I said to people earlier, when cannabis was illegal, we were marching for cannabis law reform, and we're still doing that today.
To this day, 100%. We still need to up all of our legal limits to allow for medical patients to actually get some form of relief.
Why should someone get arrested with 32 grams or a ticket for 32 grams when you can go places and buy substances with greater quantity?
Right?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
All right. Thanks, Ashley.
No problem. Thank you.
Website?
SofaKingGoodBakery.com.
Okay. Thank you. Do you remember the days when the chant was so loud it would echo off the buildings?
Right? Oh my God, you couldn't see the street.
Oh yeah, side to side, sidewalk to sidewalk. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I have a simple question for you. I'm asking everybody as we go along here. Why do you march?
I march because just because cannabis is legal here, it doesn't mean it is in other parts of the world. People are jailed for this everywhere. Yeah. And even with legalization, there's still charged. There's still a legal system that's attached to this. Like legalize we can have 28 grams of cannabis. It's a little crazy. And there's people suffering around the world, jailed, facing death sentences for cannabis.
A year ago, there was a couple of guys in Singapore that got hung.
That exactly.
I think there's somebody else waiting to be
Our
hung as
crowd's
well.
a bit smaller than it has been in other years, but the message is still the same, and it will still be the same until cannabis is legalized and it's legal and accepted.
Exactly.
Stigma needs to be removed as well, right? So
Exactly.
we're working on that. I mean, we're 5 years here legalization, and it's still, stigma's still attached.
Exactly.
So it's not going to be a quick fix, but we keep this up and we keep normalizing it.
It's like 90 years of prohibition. That ain't going away.
Exactly. And we think it's just because now we have stores everywhere. It's just going to be, hoity-toity and fun and it's not. People still have are still, brainwashed. The reefer madness, that generation is still around. So,
Yeah, exactly.
And their kids. So we just need to change the way cannabis is viewed. And again, not just here globally. This is a global march. This isn't just in Toronto. This is just Toronto's section of this global march.
Yeah, exactly.
So we just need to, keep fighting the good fight.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a going on in New York right now too.
Al says there's one going on in New York right now.
I love it. Well, it is global, right, guys?
That's right, global. All right. Oh, we got a poll there. All right, thanks, Amy.
Take a poll. Put some rap music on.
I'll stop and ask Church a question. I'm asking everybody the same question.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Why do you march?
I march to spread awareness and to show my experience along with having a good time and hanging out with some friends.
That's right. Yeah. Awareness is good.
That's
right. Okay. Thank you.
The Hamilton
Hey,
Police Headquarters.
I've got 11 here, and I've got a question for 11.
Okay, you go ahead
and I asked this question of everybody I've been talking to during the march.
Okay.
Why do you march?
7.5 inches. Oh, sorry, what?
Why do you march?
I thought it was something else. I thought you were going to ask me something else. I mean, one, it's just great to see everyone. Let's be honest. Should we keep walking? Let's not lose the herd. So it's definitely a community thing. It's definitely a beautiful energy. But we got to show up, just like with the podcast, as the different manifestations as we are as like consistent cannabis users and community members, to show how diverse. Like, you got to show up for it to kind of like share the colors inside of the community and kind of just like represent. So I think it's rewarding definitely to be part of it. But yeah, like to show up and to march, I think you gotta give that respect to the plant by like presenting yourself as part of something that is involved with cannabis. So I feel like it was just representing, but also, it's totally selfish. It's 100% selfish because I just get to hang out with a bunch of stoners.
Yeah, dual purpose, fight for cannabis law reform and hang out with friends.
Yeah, I feel like we even just shifted the energy to like fun. I mean, it feels protesty because we have a chant, but it's like, me, I prefer to kind of focus on the, on what's working, on what the positive is. So if we can all just constantly live a good example, like by checking ourselves first, and then what people notice of the community is positive. Like, look, everyone's just goofing around, laughing, being creative, colorful bunch. Like, it's about the opportunity to, offer that impact as like what collectively as a group a stoner's supposed to like be. Not that it's period after this group. It's just like here's a bit. Here's like a Toronto vibe. Yeah.
And in this march are some people who've been here since the beginning. And it's good to see that this year's a bigger march than last year. And last year was sort of it wasn't really much promo or anything, and this year is some promo done, and we got more people out.
Just keep moving with it, man. That's it. Let the momentum build.
Do it all again next year. Just try to build again, rebuild.
It's always a fun time, and it gives you the opportunity to probably try some new shit or smoke a joint with someone you ain't never smoked a joint with before.
Somebody maybe you only knew through Facebook.
Well, that's what I said. I was joking about that when I was getting the chance together. I'm like, it's like this is a fucking bunch. Like I see a bunch of faces that I only see online.
Yeah. Well, it's true. It's true. So, all right, 11. Well, let's shout out to where people can find you, man.
Discipline Stoners. Me and my wife, Winnie Clark, have a podcast called Discipline Stoners, and I mean, a bunch of people who are here have been on it and will be on it. And we just are lucky enough to be documenting this time period in history and going at it through the lens of mindfulness. So that's like what we talk about. And yeah, we do canna covers, all sorts of stuff like that. So you can check us out. Discipline.
I have a show about the march. And after, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, maybe a song. Yeah.
Damn, didn't someone catch the ball? I think Spliff McKenzie. We just made history. I was just freestyling, and then a homie comes up and starts freestyling next. It was awesome, and like there's always those moments that happen authentically, and when you exist in the cut,
Yeah, exactly. All righty.
You're documenting it.
Oh yes. Been doing it for years. We used to just do it in audio. Now you got the cameras going, so yeah, that's right. Cannabis. There we go. All right. Thanks, 11.
Yeah, buddy.
Thank you. Good to see you. I got a question for you, Val. All right. Why do you march?
Because we can.
Yeah, we can. That's right. It's allowed in our country.
We sure can.
There's a lot of countries where you can't.
Absolutely, you bet. And we're so lucky to be here in Canada.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah. 11 getting the chance going there.
Job.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Eh?
Yeah, totally.
All right. Oh, okay. On to my next interview, I guess. Yes. Pop-up question. That's what I'm going around asking everybody. Why do you march?
That's a great question.
Talked to, I don't know, half a dozen, 7 people so far.
Why do you march?
Why do I march? I march for cannabis law reform. That's the same reason I marched for when I started this, going to these approximately 20 years ago. And I still do it for today because even though cannabis is legal, we still need cannabis law reform. People can still get fined or even arrested for quantities of cannabis that are, they're only 30 grams. Some people need more than that. You go camping for 2 weeks. You're going to take, some people, 30 grams isn't going to be enough. Right? So people risk that. There's the taxes. There's people getting just arrested. There's other stuff as well. If you could deal with those excise taxes, that would help lower the cannabis. Maybe make it so that you don't have to climb a mountain and swim through the ocean in order to get to the regulatory part of it all.
Yeah, agreed.
So, all right, Val. Good talking to you.
Hooray.
Hey, Thomas, how you doing?
Good.
I got a quick. Yeah, that's right. I got a quick question for you.
Ask away.
All right.
Legalization globally, and for me, it's logical legislation here in Canada. We're just doing it badly for the wrong reasons. So for me, I want to stand against that.
Still fighting for cannabis law reform.
Exactly. What a way to say it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was thinking, well, why do I march? And I thought, why did I march in the beginning? And it had to do with to change the cannabis laws. Because cannabis is illegal, right?
This is the second march for me in 25. I think I went 20 years ago when I moved way too much weed to be out here openly. I never went again.
Now back then I was marching for cannabis law reform, And today I still march for cannabis law reform because there's things that could be changed. No. The regulatory end of things, as well as I look at it as, taxes would obviously make it better. If they could adjust that, patients can have tax-free medicine. Why not a location where a patient can actually go into and get their medicine and talk to somebody who's,
Well, I would just take the boot off the neck of the industry. It's stifling innovation. Nobody can move. It's a stranglehold in favor of monopolizing for corporate interests that do not care about the average Canadian, doesn't care about the medical patient, doesn't care about the recreational user. Let's smarten up.
Yeah, exactly. And some countries use us as an example of way to do things, and we're still fighting in order to make change.
Yeah, well, one punch at a time, right?
That's right. Exactly. All right, Thomas. Thank you.
All right, keep marching.
We will. I think the newbie is burning up the tires on the little Nugs cart here.
Last time I checked, I don't even know if the baby's still in there.
Oh, really?
It's been a long time since I've
Well,
looked.
you got it tied in there pretty good, though, with the string and all.
It's pretty secure, but ever since he's become mobile, he climbs out every once in a while. So, yeah, how big is Toronto? I'm sure we'll find him later.
So I have a question for you. As you said, you're the newbie. Why do you march?
To have the conversation, or to encourage having the conversation. I think my biggest thing is I do not like the fact that any conversation is cut down because people are uncomfortable or they only want one side to be told. And I think that the conversation regarding cannabis isn't fully being told or fully allowed to be told. And I think that's both the positives and the negatives. I'm not even advocate that it's, the miracle. I don't think anything is the one and all thing, but people have to at least be willing to do the studies on it, have the conversations. What is it actually doing? Where does it help? Who can it help? And allow people to find that personalization that I've really come to understand. Like I used to think that weed equals weed. And now I've become fully aware that it's so personal in terms of how you take it, how much you take it, what you take it for. And if the conversation isn't allowed to be had, then people will constantly be quite possibly utilizing it in the wrong way because they have nobody to really go to find out how they can improve, I guess, their experience with the plant. That make sense?
Yeah, it sure does. And being you're a newbie, it's good to hear.
Yeah, you know what? And I think if the conversation is allowed to be had, then the stigma breaks. All those other things that people are wanting to have happen, I think it just starts with people being allowed to even discuss it.
Yeah, exactly. Because before, without legalization, that was that would be an issue with a lot of people. They didn't want to discuss it because it was illegal, and they figured discussing it would be taken negatively by somebody in their family or a friend or.
I don't know. You tell me, Al. You've been in this community for way longer than I've even been in it, for sure. But I think the conversation doesn't want to even be fully had within the community, lest some of the I think everything has positives and negatives, and I think sometimes even the community itself doesn't want the full conversation to be had. It just in case, even MJ and I talk sometimes, and she's worried sometimes that she might find out that maybe she isn't a fully medical user, and that bothers her. Maybe she is more of a recreational user, and not that there should be a stigma attached to that either, but she's preached so long in her own mind that this is why I consume, that she's almost afraid to find out that maybe there are other reasons she consumes, and then that changes the narrative that's been built up in her own head.
Okay, yeah.
I think that's scary for some people.
Well, personally myself, I've been consuming cannabis since I was 13. And when I became a patient when I was 41. It was, something that I knew I could use as the benefit wise, and would help me. There was a benefit for me to consume it because it was going to help me with my condition. And because of cannabis, I never got prescribed any opiate drugs other than when I was hospitalized.
Do you?
So because I couldn't shut up.
So let me ask you this, just because we're talking conversation, or having the conversation.
Yeah, and we're stuck here.
One of the things that, in regards to opening the conversation, and I'd love to have your opinion on this, is MJ and I talk a lot about the consuming it through the burning consumption, through smoking it, and the health benefits that can come from cannabis, but also, there's also the negative side of, that form of consumption can certainly do damage to lungs. And I think that's the conversation that even people in the community are afraid to have, because everybody just wants to talk about it as if it's this perfect thing. How do you feel about that concept of that form of consumption?
Oh, I've been a toker all the way along, but I push and discuss the non-smoking methods, because I don't expect somebody who, let's say, is 75 years of age and is going to start using cannabis medicinally, who has never smoked anything in their life. I don't think that they should be forced to smoke cannabis, and that was part of the argument before the courts back in 2013, because at that time smoked cannabis was the only way that we were legally allowed to consume it as patients. Right. And so it went battled through the courts, and we had like a 5-year-old lad whose mother was making him cannabis oil, but that at that time was illegal, and she was risking arrest.
Do you I think, okay, so I as you're just talking there, I'm just thinking this out loud.
Sirens blaring.
Right? MJ always makes comments about the fact of, 5 years ago, this whole place would have scattered as soon as they heard the sirens go.
Now.
No.
Now they ride by on their bikes and they say hi.
I think one of the things also about why I advocate for having the conversation is because of things like you just described, where somebody now comes into the world of going, okay, there is a more natural way for me to maybe, fight against some drug that maybe the pharmaceuticals have been working with them with. And now they're like, oh, well, maybe cannabis can actually do it for me. But there's very few people, though, that they can actually go to have the conversation to say, hey, guess what? You don't have to smoke it, because the stigma and the perception is like, I thought that was the only way it was ever consumed. Like, the fact that there's so many methods now has blown my mind over the years. But again, it goes back to having that conversation. People still don't know. So now they're thinking, oh man, I could probably use cannabis, but I don't want to smoke it. And they don't even realize that there's an option.
They said they don't.
That only happens when people are willing to sit down and go, we talk about bud tenders being kind of handcuffed, that they're not able to, they often are the doorkeeper, and someone comes in and they're interested in trying something, but the bud tenders aren't equipped and empowered and trained enough to really share any information with them. And so where do people go who are like going, I think this can help me, but nobody can talk to me about it, and nobody's willing to talk.
Oh, believe me, in those early days, that was big time, big issue. And there's more now than there was 5 years ago, but 10 years ago, it was nasty.
Well, I can tell you this, and I'll end with this, because there's lots of other people.
Right, we got to go.
Yeah. But this conversation that I'm just having with you, if you had told me 10 years ago that I would be at a global marijuana march on a video feed having a conversation about cannabis, I would have been like I would have thought you are nuts and you're high. You got to be high, clearly. So just that's why I'm here, is the fact of, even as a non-consumer, I still believe that these conversations need to be had, and that's what I'm advocating for.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Thanks, Timmy. Where can people find you?
Oh, well, you can find us at the Newbie and the Doobie. And we do have a show here. What is it, Wednesday nights, I think?
10 o'clock.
Wednesday nights is 10 o'clock, the Newbie and Doobie podcast. And we're actually working on a bunch of new stuff right now that we'll be looking to release in the next little while. Then, of course, Mary Jane Baker's got her own stuff through Instagram. And I'm at the Real Timmy Boyle. But Newbie and the Doobie, check us out. And we want to break the stigma, have the conversation, bring the fun, and raise the bar.
There you go. Thank you very much. All right. Okay. All right. Well, signing off here. We're live here at the Global Marijuana March at Queen's Park, Toronto, the North. And come on, check us out. We'll be here, well, obviously, till after the 420. If you're close, stop in for a visit. Check out our vendors. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You want to start?
Yes, of course.
All right. Number two.
I thought we already started.
Huh? What's that?
I thought we'd already started.
No.
Yeah, we smoked one before. We just
Yeah, we did. We smoked one. This is round two.
The same one?
Yeah, same category.
No, the same joint.
No.
Yeah, they both got lit.
Oh, did they?
Is that the joint?
Yeah.
Oh, there's one of those.
It's got the fiber filter on it.
Oh.
In
Oh, so it looks more like a cigarette.
It does.
I don't know why they'd want to imitate that.
Yeah.
Reminds me of Ricky's half cigarettes and Trailer Park Boys. He's always got those half size.
Oh, Shallon's coming.
Shallon?
Oh.
You want what?
It's coming. Looking at for visual appeal. Oh, Al's gone. Visual appeal, quality roll, selection of rolling paper, selection of the filter. Those are the main things we need to concentrate on now. Visual appeal, quality of the roll, selection of rolling paper, selection of the filter. Is it all bent up and out of shape?
Here's a little I wonder what they want to be when they grow up.
At least there's a hole all the way through.
They do look short, don't they?
A lot of pre-roll,
The last
pre-roll joints in the market are like that.
Yeah, they are.
And not
The
so much
last
with this
one's-
filter, but that length. Yeah,
The last one wasn't like that. They didn't, the
No.
last one was longer.
it surprised me.
Yeah.
More like a cigarette.
Yeah, it is. It is more like a cigarette. Yeah, I'll try to put it on the screen here for everybody. And it's more of a size of a cigarette. It's got a filter on it with a white filter in there. It's got a hole in the center. And you can see through the papers. Okay.
I couldn't see through the paper. Oh, the hole in the end.
Yeah, hole in the end.
Alrighty.
Well, it looks like a road.
Yeah, I think you are the next to like.
You ready for that, Bob?
Oh, we're gonna do the dry.
Yeah, dry.
We gotta do dry inhale before light.
We already do this?
You ready to do the visual on these joints we just looked at? These short, stubby buggers?
Is that number 2?
Yeah.
On number 1, eh?
Yeah. Overall visual appeal?
Number, yeah.
Did you want to try the
Quality of roll?
Yeah.
dry?
Quality of roll. 7. Thank you.
Selection.
Hang on.
So you couldn't haul on it. Would you?
It wasn't.
You didn't even light it.
No, we don't want you to light it. Not yet.
Why?
Not yet. We just
You gotta do the dry.
I'm sorry.
dry inhale. Man. Dry inhale.
Selection of rolling paper?
You know, is it? But
3?
Yeah.
It's
Selection of
hard
rolling
to
paper?
hold,
it
and
is.
it
Oops.
kind of.
I think it
it
really-
does-
Yes,
I
that
think-
is,
can
I
see
guess,
right through the
because we're
filter.
doing it, I
Right?
guess.
I think if it's opened up a little bit on the end of the joint, it's
And then selection of filter.
a couple pinholes in it.
Right, this filter here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be.
Now, other than that, the draw.
There used to be an old
Yeah.
cigarette made filter like that.
Yeah.
I thought it was
Right.
Black Cat when I first looked at it.
Yeah. This goes back to the
What did what?
the bubble.
That's the
Kush
filter one.
flavors.
What number are you on? 4?
4.
That's the filter.
But
Hey.
yeah, it
I
is.
know you
want
guys all
8.
sucked on it. Maybe
And then the
yeah,
inhale
go
that
back
you just
to-
did, the taste with the dry,
Yeah, that's
unlit
good.
inhale.
I think
That's
if the taste transfers over to the
That's it?
smoke,
For now, till we light it.
then
All right,
that's
you
gonna
gotta be
nice.
sorry.
What happened
Got
now?
a pen in my hand.
Okay. Now is that draw because of the filter?
I just opened up the end on this and it's drawing fine.
So, and did you open on the paper end?
Yeah, just a little bit of the paper end, just
Oh,
enough
yeah.
that the air would flow.
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Debbie, you'll get a better. Yeah, give that to her. That helped as far as knowing that because there is the choice of filter. I was thinking it was the filter that was making it hard to draw.
None of them got a hole through it.
Yeah, it's got a hole through it. Exactly.
Yeah, okay, I got a little that time.
Got a little that time. Okay.
It reminds me of something.
Yeah.
Almost like it reminds me of cleaner. Fine, maybe.
That was what
Pine Sol?
in the last one was cleaner.
Pine Sol?
Something like that, yeah. It's 35 degrees Celsius in Illinois right now.
Might be why.
Okay.
All right, who's lighting her up?
All right, who's got it? You opened it.
Oh, I did.
Okay, you get to light it up.
Oh, okay.
And then this is your joint to take home. And you got your container there. There you go. If you're sure you weed, I'm sorry. But if it's really good, you go, all right, I can hardly wait. Yeah.
Yeah, Eric delivers me on account because I'm too busy to walk over the bridge. But I have been walking over the bridge. I don't know. It makes me more fit. Quit sitting around out the 50 feet getting high out there.
Yeah, just walk around and get high all day.
Same thing. I walk over the bridge to get high. Okay. Nothing. No. I can't believe how
Now that
everything's
it's opened up because
and-
it's burning, it's obviously going to be
like,
easier to
chicken
draw.
wing down there is still sitting on the roof.
Is it gonna be?
9
It's gonna be big enough to get around everybody.
Yeah, I think
Take a
so.
little tea, but for skating the day, I was gonna take
Yeah.
the night
I'll get the
before
heater
that.
chair
does-
red.
It does feel like a cigarette.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah,
There was some thought put into this
it
joint.
looks like a cigarette. So you could stand places that wouldn't people assume that you were smoking a cigarette, and then those people come up. Some of them come up to you. And,
Yeah.
We tried that. It didn't work.
It's easy to smoke at.
Yeah.
Airflow through it.
I probably make
Seems
them
to be
go
burning
in the
pretty
front shop.
evenly.
It is pretty dark though,
Yeah.
but that could be the paper.
But I find it's a lot milder than the first one we tried.
Oh no, I'll go.
Yeah,
I can taste it.
Yeah, that's dark.
Yeah, I'm really interested in them to put it in my slushies. Go to Max and get a slushie.
Oh
Go
well.
home and trips and strips in it.
Oh, what happened again?
You got logged out?
Remember to stir.
No, LinkedIn.
Because I think
LinkedIn
that's what
doesn't
happened
like
that
me.
night.
Oh.
With
You got hit again?
I
Yeah,
didn't stir
yeah,
it,
they
and I
shut
think
it
he stuck
down.
The whole thing up, and I got like $20 slushie.
Okay. How's that JB going?
Good. All right, you ready for these questions?
Try.
What are we at? 6? 6. Aroma translate to taste.
What?
Taste it.
What do you want?
No, LinkedIn shut me down.
Oh no, I saw that earlier. I didn't say anything.
Smoking experience,
Yeah.
harsh to smooth. Smoking what? Experience, harsh to smooth.
I think it's because of the length that we've done now.
Yeah.
I think that's all it is.
Okay. Ash.
Ash color
Ash
structure.
Color.
Ash color.
Effects. Was it not pleasant? Pleasant. Or very pleasant. Overall enjoyment. Yes or no? I don't. You know, there's probably people out
Pleasant
there that
or
might be able to
not
guess
pleasant?
what these strains are if they're, you know, like, is this, is this
Okay.
product in stores now, or is this?
If you've had
Overall
those
enjoyment.
products and you're used to those products, of course you're going to be able to identify them.
And would you buy
Well,
it?
that's like
I'd know what a Molson
I think
tasted
so.
like if you handed me a beer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I can, you know,
I don't
that
know
cushion
exactly what
taste.
you
I don't like the taste.
Yeah, I think so.
Alrighty.
Holy fuck, we're not done yet.
No, it's still going around.
I said it was northern.
We're done that one.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're done the answers for that one.
Did I say northern lights?
I'll be back in a minute.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's December the 12th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Education and News. I'm live here at paceradio.net. Cindy and Glenn aren't available today, so that means I'm going in alone. I've got 8 stories from Canada, USA, Germany, Malta. Plus, I've also got a press release from the Can Expo in Toronto. So let's just get to that right away. And they are announcing, the Can Expo is announcing they have access grants. They are being supported by the OCS. I got it right here in my hand. They're aimed at enhancing representation and participation of the Black, Indigenous, people of color, and women-owned retail, licensed retailers, and licensed producers brands at the Can Expo. So if you fall in one of those categories, you can apply for one of these grants. Now, what are they? They are to provide the successful applicants with a free in-kind registration, including you get a 10x10 booth, as well as the booth itself is furnished. It has tables, a couple of chairs, carpeting. You get hydro on top of that. Plus, you get promotion through Can Expo. The grant recipients will be picked randomized, and the eligible criteria says that you must be a licensed retail brand authorized by the AGCO or a licensed producer brand authorized by Health Canada. Follow that with a business must be at least 51% owned and operated by individuals who identify as Black, Indigenous, or person of color or woman. They encourage applicants from businesses that may face barriers to participation due to costs or other factors. So, just because you may not have enough money to, say you have a retail store and you're a solo retail store owner, and you may not have the money to be able to afford to get into an event like this. This is an opportunity for you to apply and get a free booth. Now, the application timeline, you have to have it in by this coming Monday on the 16th by midnight. So you got all day on the 16th. They have to get it to them. The winners, the people who are chosen, will be decided on Thursday. Is when you will be notified of whether you've won or not. So December the 19th. So for those, like I said, for those who would like to get involved in this, go to canexpo.ca. Maybe you'll get yourself a Can Expo access grant and get yourself in front of thousands of people that attend the event. All right, so check it out. canexpo.ca. All right, so on to our regular news. Here we go. My first story of the day. This comes to me from CBC, and it says the government misses deadline to seal cannabis possession records for thousands of Canadians. I knew this was going to be a problem. I knew it. Here we go. The government has missed a legislative deadline to fully implement a program that was pitched as a way to help Canadians with cannabis possession records avoid jumping through hoops to obtain formal pardons. Even though recreational cannabis has been legal in Canada since 2018, having a record for cannabis prevention
possession can prevent a person from getting a job or traveling outside the country. And the government has attempted to pardon Canadians convicted of simple possession. Its primary expedited pardon program saw limited uptake. However, some Canadians hit logistical roadblocks in their applications, and I wonder what they were. In response to those concerns, the Liberals adopted an NDP amendment to their 2022 criminal justice reform legislation, Bill C-5, that would automatically sequester records for simple possession. Sounds good to me. Meaning they would no longer show up on a criminal background checks. In an effort to help people who may have addiction issues, the program also covers possession records for other illicit drugs. Now, Bill C-5 gave the government 2 years to sequester all possession records across the country. That deadline passed in November, and the Public Safety Canada recently told CBC News that the work of sequestering records is ongoing. It says here in a statement from the department, it says the RCMP is proceeding with manual validation and setting records aside in a part this week requires extensive research and significant effort. Anna Marie Alanejar, a criminal defense lawyer and former director of the advocacy group Cannabis Amnesty, yes, I know of them, told CBC News she isn't surprised that the deadline wasn't met. The program is very ambitious, given how many levels of government are involved in the collection and preservation of records. It's not just one. She noted that various governments and police agencies file records differently. Some have digitalized files, while others' records are kept in paper form. In cases where paper files still exist, she said someone would have to physically track it down and ensure it is kept separate, which could take significant time and resources. She says that you can't just press Alt-Delete and have them all disappear. She continues with, there would have to be a coordinated effort on part of the federal government to work with the provincial government and various law enforcement entities around the country, and I just haven't seen that happening. Now, Adam Tannenbaum, director of the nonprofit organization Pardons Canada, yes, I know of them, said the program was faced some bureaucratic hurdles. He says, the local police have their own records, which are separate from the RCMP records, so to coordinate that with every police station across the country is a challenge. I think that at this point, the government's got bigger fish to fry, and they've got other worries other than sequestering records. It just seems like it's not a high priority. Now, a month after the November deadline, Public Safety Minister Dominic LeBlanc issued a ministerial directive to the RCMP not to disclose simple possession offenses when completing background checks otherwise required by law. So don't include them, which is nice to see. Now, CBC News asked LeBlanc's office why the directive hadn't been issued earlier and when the government expects the project to be completed. His office said it would not be offering any comment, so no answers to any of that. Now, NDP MP Alistair McGregor accused the Liberals of failing to uphold their promise. Well, they did. Honest Canadians who are trying to get their lives on the right path are still waiting to have the records sequestered, but are being sidelined, he said in a media statement. But Ellen says the directive probably does the trick, although she cautioned that it might not be a permanent solution. It's less about the existence of the records, and it's more about the impact that they have on people once they're disclosed, adding that a directive is more easily reversed than something laid out in legislation. She says that it's not a permanent solution, and if a government comes into power and who wants to send a message that all drug offenses, even simple possession offenses, are going to be taken seriously, then you're going to have a revocation of that ministerial directive. Now, the Conservatives, who have a healthy lead in the polls, have called on the government to reverse some of the provisions in Bill C-5. CBC News asked the Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre's office if a Conservative government would maintain the sequestering portion of the bill, but has not yet received a response back on that yet. This has been a sort of a pain in my butt. Why they say it, and they say right in there that they cannot just press a button and wipe out people's past convictions for possession of cannabis. Why does it seem to happen all the time down in the U.S.? It goes right in the legislature. That's all part of the legislation when they put it together. And people's records are eliminated. But here, apparently, we can't do this. Now, I can understand where they're talking about the different levels of government, the municipal government or, the provincial government, so on and so forth. But there's got to be a way to get this done. Like, I know the federal government has dropped a fee for doing your pardons, but that's not all the fees. There's still other fees that have to be done, such as getting your fingerprints from the police. They usually want a fee for that. That's not covered. And each one is done on a case-to-case basis. And, as they mentioned in that, you do case by case, it just takes forever. And unfortunately, here we are, people are suffering, not being able to get jobs or whatever because they've got a criminal record for simple possession. And you would hope that something like that with legalization here in our country would be removed and removed easily and not being done with a big fuss going on. And it's ridiculous. And hopefully somebody gets something done about it so that people don't suffer for the fact that they had 3 joints 15 or 20 years ago. They've already suffered enough. So, all righty. On to my next story. This one too. When I saw this one, I thought, what? And here's the headline. Life in prison for carrying medical cannabis through an airport. Yeah, not all countries are cannabis friendly. Exactly. A patient carrying cannabis through an airport. Life in prison. Here's the story. It hits closer to home than I think some people might realize. In a shocking turn of events that has gathered international attention, a 64-year-old Canadian citizen, Maurice Kevin O'Rourke, I know of a Kevin O'Rourke, has been sentenced to life in prison in Dubai for possession of medical cannabis. The case raises significant questions about the intersection of drug laws, medical needs, and the rights of individuals traveling internationally. As the world becomes increasingly aware of the therapeutic benefits of cannabis, this incident highlights the stark differences in legal frameworks around countries, and the potential consequences of those who have inadvertently find themselves on the wrong side of the law. Now, as I said, I know of a Kevin O'Rourke. I don't know if this is this Kevin O'Rourke. The thing that adds to this could be is the fact that this Kevin O'Rourke is also a resident of Ontario, where I know this Kevin O'Rourke as well. He was traveling through Dubai International Airport when he was arrested in July of 2023. His journey took a drastic turn when customs officials discovered CBD oil and cannabis in his luggage. O'Rourke had been using these substances to manage his health condition, Addison's disease, a rare disorder that affects the adrenal glands and can lead to severe health complications if not properly managed. Despite his medical needs, O'Rourke faced the full brunt of Dubai's stringent drug laws. United Arab immigrants have a zero tolerance policy towards drugs, including those that may be legally prescribed in other countries. This strict enforcement means that even trace amounts of illegal substances can result in severe penalties, including long prison sentences. I've sent a message to a family member to find out if this is a Kevin O'Rourke that I know. Even if it's not, this is ridiculous. The UAE is known for its tough stance on drug-related offenses. The country's legal framework categorizes various substances in different classes with severe penalties for possession, trafficking, and use. While many countries are moving towards more lenient policies regarding cannabis, especially for medical use, the UAE maintains a strict prohibition. Under the UAE law, possession of any amount of illegal drugs can lead to imprisonment. The penalties become increasingly severe based on the quantity found and whether the individual has prior convictions. In O'Rourke's case, the discovery of cannabis and CBD oil led to a life sentence, which is one of the hardest penalties under the law. What do I always say at the end of the show? Educate, medicate, do not incarcerate. That's why I keep saying that. People are still going to jail for life sentences. O'Rourke's health condition complicates his situation significantly. Addison's disease requires careful management through medication and lifestyle adjustments. Those suffering from this condition often experience fatigue, muscle weakness, and low blood pressure. The stress of incarceration can exacerbate these symptoms and lead to further health consequences. Reports from O'Rourke's families indicate that his health has deteriorated since his imprisonment. He has faced inadequate medical care while incarcerated, raising concerns about his well-being and ability to manage his condition effectively. Advocates for O'Rourke argue that his medical needs should have been taken into consideration during his trial and sentencing. We see that just not in this instance, but others. You know, as we know with the basketball player Grenier, you know, in jail for having some oil in her bag that she forgot about. So, the sentencing of Maurice Kevin O'Rourke has sparked outrage among advocates for drug policy reform and human rights organizations. Many are calling attention to what they see as extremely harsh punishment for someone who has used cannabis for legitimate medical purposes. Organizations such as the Canadian Drug Policy Coalition have voiced their support for O'Rourke and have urged the Canadian government to intervene on his behalf. They argue that international travelers should not be punished for using substances that are illegal in their home countries, especially when those substances are used for medical reasons. Public sentiment in Canada has also been largely sympathetic towards O'Rourke. Many Canadians view his case as emblematic of broader issues related to drug policy reform and the need for some compassionate approaches to individuals with medical needs. As O'Rourke appeals his life sentence, with hearings scheduled for December the 25th. This is 2023. It says on there. I don't think the story is that old. I'd be surprised. No, it's not. It says 2024 up on the top, people. So that must be a mistake on the date there. The role of the Canadian government became crucial. While Canada has legalized cannabis at the federal level since 2018, its sentence traveling abroad must navigate vastly different legal landscapes. The Canadian government expressed concern over O'Rourke's situation, but has limited options when it comes to intervening in another country's legal system. Okay. Diplomatic efforts may be necessary to advocate for more lenient sentences or alternative solutions to prioritize O'Rourke's health needs. Now, O'Rourke's case also highlights the growing divide between countries regarding cannabis use and regulation. In recent years, many nations have begun to recognize the medicinal properties of cannabis and have implemented policies allowing its use under certain conditions. Countries like Canada, several U.S. states, Uruguay, parts of Europe have embraced legalization or decriminalization efforts. Conversely, regions like the Middle East maintain strict prohibition against cannabis use. This disparity creates challenges for travelers who may not only violate local laws while seeking necessary medical treatments back home. Now, as Maurice Kevin O'Rourke prepares to appeal his life sentence, several factors will likely come into play during the process. Legal representation, number one. He will require competent legal representation, familiar with the UAE law, and experienced in handling of drug-related cases. A skilled attorney can help navigate the complexities of the legal system and advocate effectively on behalf of his client. Another one, medical evidence. Given that he's using cannabis for medical purposes, presenting credible medical evidence will be crucial during the appeal process. Documentation from healthcare professionals regarding his Addison's disease and treatment history could bolster his case by demonstrating that he was not using drugs recreationally, but rather as part of a necessary health regime. And public support can help, because public opinion can sometimes influence legal proceedings, especially in high-profile cases like O'Rourke's. Now, what's the potential outcome? Well, it's difficult to predict what it's going to happen. He could get reduced sentences. Alternative sentencing is a choice. Extradition or diplomatic resolution. Maybe kick him out of the country and send him back to Canada. But in the end, Kevin O'Rourke, as I said, 64-year-old Canadian citizen, sentenced to life in Dubé prison for possessing medical marijuana, starkly illustrates the complexities of the global drug laws and their impact on individuals with legitimate medical needs. And as he navigates the challenging appeal process amidst international advocacy and public support, it becomes essential to consider both the legal implications and humanitarian perspectives involved, emphasizing the urgent need for dialogue among drug policy reform, not only in Canada, but also worldwide, particularly as more countries adopt progressive approaches. For example, if you're going over to the U.S., visit some friends or whatever, do you have to tell them that you're carrying your prescription medicines? Not that I know. If you got prescription pills for something that there's no narcotic to it or anything like that. For example, stomach pills for somebody who has ulcers. You wouldn't have to tell the U.S. government, you're bringing that in. Why should you have to bring your medical cannabis if you got medical cannabis in both countries? And the U.S., that's why it's got to be changed federally, not state by state. So this situation highlights the importance of ensuring that individuals seeking relief from debilitating health conditions are not unduly punished while traveling abroad. And as we await further developments regarding O'Rourke's appeal schedule for Christmas, it is crucial for governments globally to recognize the necessity for compassion in drug enforcement policy, especially concerning individuals using medications legally prescribed by their healthcare providers at home. Hear, hear. Please support that. That's got to be changed. It's just not right. It's not. People are using their legal medical medicine and being sentenced for life in jail. How is that right? It can't be. Sad. If I could provide you just with some more information on where you could go to find out more about Kevin, what's going on there, I'll make sure that I post it on the thread of this news broadcast after the broadcast is over. Who knows? Maybe I'll find something during the break. But yeah, on to my next story. Those are just disturbing. I hate them, but they gotta be told. So here we go. Next story. This one comes to me from StratCan. BC's businesses team up to research effects of E-beam irradiation on cannabis. This is something a lot of us have wondered about. What happens when they hit our cannabis with gamma rays? Now, a cannabis education group has teamed up with a cannabis testing lab in BC to look into the impacts of radiation on cannabis. Now, Francis Hall and Tom Rothmeyer, the team behind Urbanistic, cannabis education and quality grading company based in BC, recently launched a study looking at how cannabis is affected by the E-beam remediation process. We call it the gamma ray there on it. Not just immediately after remediation, but also several months later. What happens down the road after they hit it with radiation, which is being done to kill off any bacteria, so on and so forth. That's there. While there have been studies done on the effects of radiation on cannabis, those results were only looking at the immediate impacts, not long term, says Hall. And his partner, Rothmeyer, wanted to better understand how that process can change cannabis after it sat on the shelves. As we know, it's not being packaged and right on the shelves right away. It could be sitting someplace for a month. I've opened cannabis, bought some pre-rolls that turned out to be a friggin' year old. So Hall says that the idea is one he has been looking at for a while, and it finally came together once they found the right partners, with both a local producer providing cannabis samples and a local lab to test those samples. Now, the unnamed producer is providing two 160-gram samples from the same lot or batch, one that will go through a standard E-beam radiation process and one that will not. Those samples will then be shared with analytical cannabis testing lab, Northern Scientific, also in BC, which will test them for things like cannabinoid and terpene levels, as well as microbes like mold and mildew. Now, those samples will be tested right after the E-beam remediation process done at the facility in BC, and again after 3, 6, and ideally 9 months. This will give a better real-world look at how the E-beam process impacts both product quality and shelf stability for microbials. Now, they explain that it just struck me that a big thing we're missing is we're not reflecting the average supply chain that a product actually goes through until it reaches the consumer. So that was more the point that I was looking from. Is this research fit for purpose and an accurate representation of how a product typically gets remediated and moves through the supply chain? That's what he wondered. Now, Zach Paul, the CEO and founder of Northern Scientific Inc., located in BC, says he was eager to participate in the research when approached. Not only is he interested to see how the long-term effects of remediation on cannabinoids and terpenes, but also the long-term implications of the effect of the microbes of the self-life stability. He says that this is important not only for cannabis sold in Canada, which might wait weeks or months from harvest being sent to a distributor, then a store before a customer buys it, but also for cannabis sold on the international market. These products, he says, can often take an even longer and more cautious route to consumers, making it especially important to ensure the remediation process helps hold back unwanted microbial growth, not just immediately after, but several months later. Now, Paul says that we're very happy to be on board, and it's fascinating, the information we're going to see at the end of this. It's valuable research that we just don't have. No one really does testing post E-beam or irradiation for potency or terpenes. So to be able to see what the degradation analytically we can find is going to be fascinating. As well with microbiology, we know that with irradiation or E-beam, it more or less stunts or puts those microbes dormant. It doesn't kill them completely. Ooh. So you will start to see regrowth. It's just a matter of when. Hey, that's yeah. Urbanistic is hosting a GoFundMe campaign to help raise $15,000 to pay for the research, although the page refers to research on irradiation. Hall retaliates that the research is specifically on the E-beam process, which differs somewhat from the irradiation process. Both are used by cannabis companies in Canada for the purpose of remediating their crops for self-stability, although E-beam has become the more commonly used process in recent years. Now, acknowledging the important distinction, Hall says he chose the term irradiation because it's the most commonly understood term among consumers. And yeah. Now, in addition to lab testing, they will also apply their own in-house grading system to the product, which includes blind sensory examination as well as product sampling to see if there are any noticeable effects of the E-beam process, either visually from the aroma or taste or even overall effect and experience. I think that it will complement the lab testing very well, Hall says, and I think it's going to give us an understanding of how the remediation has changed everything from the curing and freshness of the plant to the colors of the plant, the robustness of trichome heads, the color of the trichome heads, all the way through to the actual consumption of the product. All right, well, I'll tell you, I am looking forward to seeing the results of that test. So we'll be keeping an eye on that, that's for sure, because a lot of the cannabis in Canada is done with that, and it'd be interesting to know how it turns out, and for the fact that it says that it doesn't kill everything, and that possibility that it could regrow, and it's never been tested for that all this time. I find that interesting. So hopefully they get do some good tests here, and we get the results. So they're going to be doing it 3, 6, and 9 month intervals. You're probably looking at a year's time before that report gets released. So you're probably looking at next Christmas, basically, before we'll know. But at least someone's doing it, right? That's the important thing. All right, on to my next story. Last one before I go to break. Headline on that says, new lawsuit filed to overturn Nebraska voters' medical cannabis vote. And this comes to me from an entrepreneur. And what is going on in Nebraska? God, this is just ridiculous. People voted on this. Get over it. All right. Now, John Clune, a former Nebraska state senator and former member of the State Board of Health, filed another lawsuit looking to block the medical cannabis legalization initiative passed last month by voters from taking effect. Now, this is another lawsuit. Like, people voted on this. Get over yourselves. Come on. The lawsuit was filed in Lancaster County District Court, where a little over 2 weeks ago, the Nebraska court judge, Susan Strong, dismissed the previous suit. It's already been decided by a judge, people. Now, it was dismissed by a previous suit filed by Con to challenge the medical cannabis petitions. That effort, which was supported by the Secretary of State, Bob Evans, and the Nebraska Attorney General office, is under appeal. The new lawsuit argues the state-level cannabis reforms are unconstitutional, unlawful, and impossible under federal law. Yeah, it's because the federal law hasn't changed and they won't change it. Come on, get your head around these things. Just because of the federal law, other states don't seem to worry about it. Now, a lawsuit excerpt from it says the votes were held on 2 activist drafted initiative measures, which had, to that point, evaded any judicial review for their compliance with the United States Constitution or Nebraska Constitution. The time for that reckoning is now before further taxpayer funds are spent on a futile effort, they say. Now, Nebraska voters considered 2 medicinal cannabis ballot initiatives in November. So this is a bit of a background. One to legalize the use and possession of medical cannabis for qualified patients, and another to establish a state-regulated system for the cultivation, processing, and dispensing of medical cannabis. The issue had to be split into 2 ballot initiatives this year after a 2020 attempt to put medical cannabis on the ballot was struck down by the state Supreme Court for violating a single issue clause in the state constitution. So it was all in one piece. The Supreme Court said, no, can't go that way. So now they divided into 2, like the Supreme Court of the state said to do. And now it's filing there's a second lawsuit saying that it's not being done right. And they talk about legalizing cannabis down there, like during the election. They said some people want it just state rights and some people want it federally. See what happens when it goes state rights? People can still vote on it, but the state can still say, fuck you guys. Now, when the issue finally appeared before voters last month, they overwhelmingly approved both initiatives. Krista Yeager's campaign manager of the ballot measures said in the report that Nebraskans made it overwhelmingly clear that they support safe and regular medical cannabis access. The assertions that Nebraskans' new medical cannabis laws violate the supremacy clause of the U.S. Constitution, disregards decades of state-led independence and innovation, she said in a statement. Under the 10th Amendment of the Constitution, states have the right to address the unique needs of their citizens without undue interference. And if you just make it federally law, it's just, this is what happened, state by state, big argument. They're going to be fighting this. And patients, yet again, patients having to suffer. It's not right. It's not right when it happened here in Canada. It's not right when it happens anywhere else around this world. So, all right, I gotta go. Gotta go take a break. I'm gonna have to medicate. This story's got me a little riled up. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, I'm back. I got a little more information on this story of the Canadian that's in jail for life sentence. He's had 2 emergency surgeries while he's been in there. They're having problems finding his medication. And it says here he's had an open wound in prison for 3 months. He went from being Within 3 months of being in prison, he went from being strong and healthy to being in a wheelchair. There you go. Gives you a bit of an idea of how life is in prison for this fella. He's from Mississauga, Ontario. Life in prison again. If you missed the story, you can find it at Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News Facebook page. So, all right, on to my first story of the second half, and this one comes to me from the International Cannabis Business Conference. Headline says that Germany finalizes recreational cannabis pilot projects. It says that a major component of Germany's adult use cannabis legalization model involves launching regional adult use cannabis commons pilot trials. The European nation took a major step forward in implementing pilot trials by announcing that the Federal Agency of Agriculture and Food will help oversee the nation's adult use cannabis research products, which part of which includes pilot trials. They say that in an announcement, by passing the Consumers Cannabis Act, the Bundestag has given the Federal Ministry of Food and Agriculture was given the task of appointing the responsible body for processing research applications on consumer cannabis and industrial hemp. The regulation that has now been issued, the Consumer Cannabis Science Responsibility Regulation, stipulates that the Federal Office for Agriculture and Food will examine corresponding research applications and monitor the approved projects. Now, previously, this task was carried out by the Federal Institute for Drugs and Medical Devices. The BFARM remains the responsible authority for research into medical cannabis. Germany enacted the first provisions of the CanG legalization law in April the 1st of 2024. Adults in Germany are now allowed to cultivate cannabis in their private residence and to possess a personal amount of cannabis in their homes and while away from their residence. Starting on July the 1st, 2024, adults could apply to start a member-based cultivation association in Germany. Personal cultivation, possession, and consumption, combined with cultivation associations, were part of Pillar 1 of Germany's CanG law. You know, we wish that we had those things here where you could grow in an association or, you know, as a group so you could help each other. Researchers on and with consumer cannabis is now possible again, but requires a permit. Applicants must meet the criteria set out in the Consumer Cannabis Act, demonstrate the required expertise, and demonstrate an interest in research. Not only universities, but also companies can submit research applications. Research can help to effectively curb the black market, expand health prevention, and make the debate more objective, the German government has stated. Now, while this week's announcement gives Germany a step closer to launching pilot trials, more steps are necessary before the full implementation. And the regulation, pursuant to Section 2, Paragraph 4 of the CanG, regulates the scientific use of cannabis for consumption. Anyone who wants to possess, cultivate, produce, import, export, acquire, receive, hand over, pass on, extract cannabinoids from the cannabis plant, or trade in cannabis for consumption for scientific purposes requires a permit from the Federal Office of Agriculture and Food. And they say that this is not the second pillar of the key points paper. The second pillar should test cannabis specific specialty stores nationwide in a comprehensive, detailed law. And the Federal Ministry of Health is responsible for drafting such a draft law according to what they say at the FAQ page. So there you go, Germany. You know, legal cannabis, people being able to grow their cannabis, all that stuff. And others are being put to jail for life imprisonment. Just not right. Just not right, people. All righty. On to my next story. And this one's coming to me from Mugglehead News or Mugglehead Magazine. Headline says San Francisco psychedelic church shuts down over hostility from city officials. Getting harassed by the sounds of it. The San Francisco church, with reference for ethogenic plant is closing its doors due to alleged harassment from officials in the city's planning department. Dave Hodge, founder of the Church of Ambrosia, says that the authorities are picking on his organization because they are not open-minded enough to appreciate it. He feels that their targeting of this place of worship constitutes religious discrimination. He says it's obviously hostility from people in the planning department, he says in a news release of the matter. The department has been going out of its way to find structural flaws in the church's building ever since the psilocybin mushroom worship commenced, Hodges says. That would cost them up to $200,000 to fix it. The building has been inspected by the planning department many times, and it wasn't until we opened up that all these problems started to be a big issue. This is what Hodges says during a press conference. He thinks that the universe is telling him to get out of the city and do God's work elsewhere. There is a great deal of crime in the area where the building resides too, which is rather unpleasant, and somebody got stabbed outside the church's back door recently. Now, the building's owner, Tiana Tikhonov, chef, says that I never had any problems with the planning department until Dave opened the church. Until then, it was fine. Now, the Church of Ambrosia will now be solely conducting ceremonies in its primary location in Oakland. It has over 120,000 members who partake in the consumptions of magic mushrooms, cannabis, and DMT. Not a small church. It's got that many followers and people that are involved in it. It's too bad that it's got hassled. There's so many places now in the U.S. that are coming along and supporting medicinal bets of cannabis, and they obviously were using it for religious reasons. So, all right, now we're going to head off to Massachusetts because Entrepreneur has a story there that says that Massachusetts unveils plan for cannabis consumption sites, including cafes, theaters, and yoga studios. You can smoke doobies in theater. I went, what? Gotta find out more about this. So let's all find out together. It says here, the officials of the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission last week revealed regulators' plans regarding new industry licenses for establishments looking to allow the social consumption of cannabis. Massachusetts voters approved the licensing of social use cannabis businesses when they passed the state's cannabis legalization law in 2016. But last week's presentation was the biggest development yet in that part of the law's implementation. So it was improved in 2016, and here we are 8 years later, and they're finally getting to it. Well, here we are. We had all kinds of lounges here, in especially in Ontario, until legalization, and then basically they outlawed it when they said the Smoke Free Ontario Act got cannabis tossed in there, and our lounges shut down. Majority of them are folded up. So, and now the upcoming license types will cover 3 types of businesses according to the presentation revealed Thursday. Supplemental, for pre-existing businesses like dispensaries. These licenses would supplement a company's existing business model with on-site consumption possibilities, including tasting rooms, social events, and even cafes. These licenses would allow for the consumption of cannabis products purchased on-site. Tasting rooms. Hospitality license, meant for non-cannabis commercial business spaces. These licenses will allow unrelated businesses to branch into the cannabis industry with a wide variety of business models, including yoga studios, movie theaters, and other creative possibilities. Regulatory said these licenses will allow for both bring your own cannabis, BYO, and products purchased on site. So if you got a movie theater, you could, I don't know, like, would it have to be outside? Would it be people be able to, let's say they're showing Up in Smoke or a Cheech and Chong movie or a cannabis educational documentary. What if cannabis cured cancer? Would people be able to consume their cannabis while they're watching an educational documentary? That'd be cool. Now, event organizers, these licenses will cover temporary social consumption sites for specific events like concerts or festivals, which last no longer than 5 days. The license will allow for both BYO and on-site cannabis purchases. Yes, we need that here in Ontario. And I know that there are provinces, Alberta, they've been allowing people to consume cannabis at Stampede. So, it is happening here in Canada, just not happening here in Ontario. So we need that changed. Okay, Mr. Ford, get that changed. We need some lounges here in Ontario, and we need to be able to, just like when it comes to alcohol, you hold social events, you get a temporary license in order to have, at a wedding, at a hall. I used to live beside a hall. It didn't have a regular bar. People would get a temporary license from the liquor store. And somebody with SmartServe would serve the alcohol to the people at the wedding. So why can't we do that with cannabis? Serve cannabis beverages at a wedding. That makes sense to me. Or edibles. Or, whatever, smoke. All righty. Last story of the day. And this comes to me from the International Cannabis Business Conference. Headline says Malta cannabis legalization has not led to increased consumption rates. Hey, another one. Places say, oh, you legalize cannabis. Oh, your consumption rates are going to go up. More people are going to smoke it, more young people. But yet, time and time again, it's proven it doesn't happen. And it's not just whether it's here in Canada, it's happening around the world, as we're seeing here with Malta as well. Now, Malta became the first European country to adopt a national adult use cannabis legalization measure back in 2021. According to the results of a recent survey, the policy change has not led to an increased rate of cannabis consumption. It says here that people who admitted smoking cannabis in the past year account for 4% of the population, a decline from 7% in 2021. A Eurobarometer survey shows that 53%, this is according to the report, 53% of the respondents across all EU member states are in favor of regulating cannabis for recreational use. Now, in addition to Malta, cannabis is legal at the national level in Luxembourg and Germany, as well as Uruguay, Canada, and South Africa. Each legalized nation has a different model with different provisions and limits. In Malta, cannabis cultivation is permitted by adults up to 4 plants, as is personal possession of 7 grams when away from the home and up to 50 grams at home. Okay, hang on here, Malta. You need to change that. 7 grams away from home. How do you go away? Go go away for a week. 7 grams isn't going to last, really a week. Maybe for some people, but not for a lot of people. And 50 grams at home. You're allowed to store 50 grams. You got 4 plants. Well, I can tell you, one plant you can produce well over 900 grams, over 1,000 grams with one plant. So how are you going to keep 4 plants or even one plant to 50 grams, which is less than 2 ounces? The only way you're going to do that is not grow it right or have problems. I know in the past I've grown a plant that only produced 7 grams, but I knew that there was problems and got that changed. Learned more, right? So 50 grams at home. Come on, Malta. I've got a friend over there, Tracy. I'm going to be talking to you, Tracy. I actually sent her this link, so hopefully she's read it and agrees. 50 grams at home is ridiculous. Now, cultivation associations, often referred to as compassion club or cannabis clubs, are also permitted in Malta. Perfect, great, but I hope they can hold more than 50 grams. Now, adults can become members of a club and legally source the cannabis from them. As of August 2024, roughly 2,000 had joined a registered cannabis club in Malta. According to the nation's top regulatory chief, legalization in Malta is working. They say, according to that chairperson, Joey Renee Vella stated recently that the country's harm reduction approach is working. Before 2021, before the reform was enacted, you had a reality where studies showed a large portion of the population used cannabis, but they had no regulated market from where to buy it. Sounds like here in Canada. The cannabis they bought was not cultivated in a safe manner, so posed more risks. They had to turn to the black market where they did not know what they were buying. Now, since recreational legalization took effect in Malta in 2021, a total of 39 people have faced prosecution for consuming cannabis in public spaces. Come on. You're only allowed to smoke in your room. But what if you live in a building, a condominium like you do here in Canada, and you're living in a condominium that doesn't allow you to do smoking? You can't smoke in public? We're like, you got to find the farmer's field or somewhere to go where there's nobody around? Come on, Malta. You can do better than that. Come on, Tracy. Get at them. Get at them. Spread some of this cannabis advocacy over there and get that law changed. And hopefully, improve things. At least they got it legalized. That's the good thing. So, and improve it from there. All right, people. That's it. That's my news report for December the 12th, 2024. And from the legacy420.com news desk, thanks to our buds at the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, at ease.ca, as well as at legacy420.com. Thanks for all those people for making sure that the news gets out and people can find out what's going on. And in closing, as I always say, thanks for tuning in, and please don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate, especially for life sentences, for having a little bit of CBD oil or cannabis on you when you travel. Let's hopefully our world leaders can get together and stop that insane injustice, penalize people and sentencing them to life in jail is not right. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you very much. The next broadcast is Monday at 10 a.m. We'll see you all there. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
I'm gonna take us back down memory lane.
Okay.
Okay. I've got a spot here all lined up. Who do I see there? Whoops. There we go. You see that? You are handing out. You're actually.
Oh my God! Yes.
We're in the grindhouse.
I didn't see me there, Al. I was looking at the picture on the screen, and I'm trying to think. Okay, who is that?
Oh, sorry.
I recognize that bald head anywhere.
See, the article was always called "Keeping Pace Everywhere."
Yes.
Remember that saying that you used to always say before the at the beginning of the documentaries?
It was something about adding the E to make it peace.
Correct. Yeah, it was something about share pace everywhere, so it creates peace. So it's people everywhere advocating cannabis education.
Oh my God, Al! Yeah, I mean that was that. Those are experiences that I'll never ever forget.
Now,
Well, first of all, as you were saying, being at like the Toronto Home Show or the Toronto Women's Show, and these are just regular shows at the convention center, and people are walking along, and all of a sudden there's a table there, and it's all to do with cannabis, and
yeah.
The cross section of people that we would get, a lot of people in favor, but we used to come across some people who weren't very happy about having us there.
Yeah, that's right. That would happen. Well, here's there on the screen. You can see the National Home Show.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go to these things.
Oh my God! Look at that.
But do you remember what happened that night when we had it there with Boris and in the restaurant, and who came in the door?
I'm not sure. What happened?
You remember that we were all up on the up at the front by the front window
on the stage.
On the stage, and the cops came in, and they stood there at the doorway, inside the doorway, just staring at everybody.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, and then people were saying when they were leaving that they were getting their picture taken from across the street.
Really? Isn't that interesting? Oh my God, I'd forgotten about that, Al.
And then, not only that, the Belleville Intelligencer got involved in it as well, and it became part of the editorial. What was the Belleville police force doing?
That's right.
Bothering law-abiding citizens who were discussing politics that the government is asking for input on.
I forgot all about that. You're absolutely right. And is that a grow-up game right beside it?
Yeah, that's the grow-up game right beside it, man. And you know what? I still got a couple games. They stopped because of COVID, but right up until COVID, we were still holding anywhere from about 2 to 3 games a year. People were still coming
Al,
we were still playing them.
We should do another one.
We have to. Oh yeah, for sure. Exactly. I've got people that are on a list that are waiting to play. People who haven't even played before that want to play. So it was always a great time. How you doing? How was the lounge?
The lounge is amazing. Boveda and their products and how they sponsored this lounge. Kudos to Boveda. Loving the consumption vibe in Canada. Being an American, coming to Canada and just being able to experience real quality tested products of so many different varieties and of so many different cultivators and processors and different products that we just don't have. And it's just such a total experience here in Canada. And I love Canadian cannabis. So Nikki and the Plant is all about advocacy and educating and bringing awareness to invisible disabilities and invisible
Exactly. And you know, some people think, well, people are aware about medical cannabis, but there's a lot of people out there, and there's still a lot of people who don't know.
So many people don't know what they don't know. And when I say that, I genuinely mean it, because I was one of those people. I was very much, I was a nurse and I got hurt with a traumatic brain injury. And if you would have told me your child was using cannabis to manage their seizures, I would have called Child Protective Services. You would have been in jeopardy of losing your child because of my misinformation. And now that I know it, I literally can't stop talking about it. And I literally share it. I don't care if I'm on a bus, I don't care if I'm on a plane, a train, talking to the I just live.
Exactly. I know exactly what you mean. And I even wear cannabis shirts out and about in the general public, because I believe a t-shirt is like a walking sidewalk sign, and it creates a conversation. You could be in line at a grocery store or a close convenience store.
So we have in the States, a big brand is Buy Weed from Women. And so when you have a Buy Weed from Women bag on you, I can't even tell you how many conversations that starts. It's a really big thing. I really need them to polka dot it for me, though, because legit cannabis connects my dots, and that's my brand. So if we could get a polka dotted accessory bag, I think that would be great. Buy Weed from Women. Well, everything about me is polka dots, Al. I mean, cannabis connects the dots. So like my card has all these terpenes on it, and it allows people to learn about terpenes and minor cannabinoids and bioavailability. So
That's nice, very nice. That's a card.
yeah, people save it. So
Yeah, it's important information that's on there. So many people just think of THC.
that's the mistake. This market, especially in Canada, is obsessed with high THC numbers. Like America actually is kind of calming down from that compared to what Canada is. They're learning about the cannabis terpenes and the different aspects of the plant. It's not just about one component that, quote, makes you high. I don't care if it's 15%. If it's got the right terp profile for me, it works phenomenally. So it's all about those terps, Al.
Yeah, very important, very important. All right, Nikki, I'm gonna let you go. You can move on, and we'll be in touch. All right, bye bye.
Hey, how are you? Nan? That's not your name? You stole that? Okay, cool. Camille? Camille, I'm Timmy. Nice to meet you. From the Newbie Doobie podcast. There you go. That's our podcast. I'm a newbie. So my partner is a longtime consumer. I'm a non-consuming advocate. However, I have been using your topicals, especially in the mornings. So for shoulder pain and neck pain, we've been using the which one is it? Yeah, the cooling gel. So I don't smoke, I don't eat, but the topicals I have been slowly trying, and I've found that your cooling gel has been amazing. So yeah, that's. No, what would you recommend in general? What is your favorite products? What are the ones that sell best?
Yes. So my colleague here can actually
explain that. Your colleague John King. I don't think either of you actually work for this company.
That's John, and then that's Did.
So what's your real name?
My name is Fernanda. I'm the QAP at Lupus.
So I don't know if you were hearing me talk to him about I'm a newbie, I'm a non-consumer, but I'm an advocate. And I don't smoke, I don't eat currently, but I do use the topicals, and your cooling gel is the one that I've been using most recently, and it's been incredible. So I just wanted to kind of we're live right now, and I just wanted to kind of hear a little bit more about the product and maybe what some of your best sellers might be and that type of stuff. So
Our main products are the creams and the gel, right? As you said, and we also have some extracts which are ingestibles, which are also very well known by the public. I would say that my personal favorite is the full spectrum. So our products they are normally with a very high concentration of the cannabinoids, which makes them very potent and very good for the use, right, for patients. But the full spectrum, the combination of the CBG, CBD, and THC makes it.
I think my internet disconnected from No, I lost my whole internet. It's connected.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
No.
I'm already into the 420, damn it.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is not much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiba grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Aha. Oh, it didn't do it this time, Marcel.
It didn't.
No, it didn't echo.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Yay, it didn't echo.
So welcome to the show. It's the 420
welcome,
radio
everybody,
show.
to the No Echo Show.
The No Echo Show. Russ didn't realize we had a theme song. I could see his face.
Oh, did he like the theme song? Did you like our song? Did you sing along?
I didn't know it. How could I?
Oh, well, we all sing along. We should put the words or the lyrics up for people.
You know what? I was watching the show from last week, and at the beginning of the show, if you don't make it large on YouTube, it automatically kicks in the closed caption because it's muted when you start it.
Yeah.
And it tells you the words right there. So,
yeah, no, it's awesome.
Well, I know the words and I don't sing it. So.
You used to.
Don't feel bad, Russ.
You
no,
do.
I just move my lips and you guys think I sing it. So.
I don't sing it. I remove my lips. Besides, we're all muted. Can't sing it. We're all muted.
I move my lips too, just in case I'm not muted.
Tonight,
that's for your listening pleasure.
Tonight, we have a gentleman named Ross joining us, who is the author. Yeah, I can speak real good. The author of the Big Book of Terps. So you're going to get terpy talk, as you call it. I've seen you posting that all day. Welcome, Russ, to the 420 Radio.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So, I've got the book, even though Marcel wants the book.
Well, Marcel would read the book.
The book is called, like I said, The Big Book of Terps, and it's huge. How many pages, Russ? So
580 or so.
So it's a textbook on everything that you would like to know that we know now, because 10 years from now, I'm sure there'll be more. There'll be a part 2 about terpenes and is it flavonoids or flavonoids? You called it flavonoids earlier.
I call it flavonoids, tomato, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it just depends on. It's like cannabinoids and cannabinoids.
Oh, I love Chris doing that. Cannabinoids.
Cannabinoids.
So, we're also looking at the Big Book of Terps blog, which I'm going to copy and paste into our chat here for everybody who's listening on Facebook. Where are we? Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube tonight. We're trying different things. So there's the Big Book of Terps that we're going to be chatting about. And Darcy won't be joining us because he's got stones. He got stoned again. Okay. So I guess the best way to start this is to ask that question. What's a terpene? Actually, I'm going to ask it a different way, if you don't mind.
All right.
What I know what a cannabinoid is. That we talk about it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But what's so special about terpenes and flavonoids? I mean, I guess that's the best place to start.
Well, I mean, terpenes and flavonoids are pretty different. Terpenes and cannabinoids are much more comparable. That's because most cannabinoids are actually terpenes. So we're really talking about the same thing. I wish this was a bit more known in the cannabis industry, that most cannabinoids are terpenophenolic compounds, which means that they're based on terpene molecular skeletons.
Okay. And if you had the book, you'd be able to read more into that, obviously. They are key components in cannabis and other things as well, correct?
Right. I mean, terpenes, it's interesting that we're having this discussion in such a sort of novel way because terpenes have been well studied for a long time. They're in the air that we breathe, the foods that we eat, the medicines that we take, our shampoos and cleaning products, paints, solvents, and just, they really sort of invade about every aspect of human society. Yet here we are having a conversation like they're novel. They're really only novel to the cannabis industry and how they relate to cannabis. And the problem in the general public with this knowledge is that they're so common that it's kind of been knowledge that isn't necessary to know when you're, for instance, using a deodorant that has something like limonene in it. But these compounds are fairly different. Cannabinoids are more complex. They're heavier molecules, so they're not as volatile as the terpenes like monoterpenes and sesquiterpenes that aren't as heavy, and they seem to be meant to volatilize and be perceived through scent receptors.
So it's about taste and smell, basically.
Taste and smell, of course, yeah. And with the flavonoids, you're talking a lot about color. Of course, there's many other compounds at work. There's your sulfurs and your esters, ketones, and alcohols. How they all play together, we don't really know because we've been barred from studying cannabis specifically for so long now. This will definitely be emerging science for, as you were saying earlier, Al, quite some time.
Yeah. As we were talking just before we came to air, I think Marcella and I were I don't remember now. I've lost what I was going to say.
What were you yammering about?
What?
What were you guys yammering about?
I don't know. We were yammering about a lot of things.
We were talking about how the science is sort of advancing. We're going to be discovering things for some time to come. We were talking about the discovery of hashishene in particular.
That's what it was. It was hashishene. Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah. The technology is advancing so fast that it's getting hard to keep up. Yeah. So you just keep plugging on. So you took the route of the terpenes, and you found all kinds of cool stuff.
Well, what I find interesting is, Russ, you said that terpenes have been around, they're commonly used, and that people should be aware, and we kind of know these things, but unless you've actually done any sort of studying on essential oils or naturopathic medicine or stuff like that, I love the smell of lavender. I know lavender makes people sleepy, but I never found out about linalool until I started using cannabis.
Right.
So I love that you have not a small book of terpenes, because that wouldn't do it justice, but a big book of terpenes to actually just touch a little bit on, what terpenes are and how many different terpenes there actually are as well.
Right. Yeah. No, I think that's an important point, is that even in the essential oils industry, we're often talking in sometimes hyperbolistic kind of language. We're talking about the oil of lavender or the oil of neroli or something similar. And even in that industry, we're often not talking about what those constituents are that actually cause those scents, that are responsible for those fragrances and those tastes. And I see this a lot, in particular with terpene companies that actually sell terpenes, but really what they sell are blends, and they don't even really talk to you about terpenes, not in their literature or in their sales materials. And I think that this is something that, for me, I'm very passionate about. I think the aromatherapy and essential oils industry needs to get better about understanding the science and being able to articulate the science to their clients.
I recently got one of the little air thingy machines there that you can for aromatherapy, and I find it astonishing actually how quickly those scents fill the room with
You got a diffuser?
Yeah. It's just a little one. It bubbles up. It's actually kind of cool. I like it. It's got lights, trippy lights on it and stuff.
Nice.
My house smells like terpenes too.
Yeah, mine
but those
usually
are
does
natural
too,
terpenes.
Yeah.
Well,
but can you actually buy terpenes? I know, I've seen on, like you're saying, online that they have terpene products, but those are not actual terpenes. Is that correct?
Right. They're usually blends, and they're saying that they're supposed to be like, OG Kush or whatever. It's kind of a lot of nonsense, especially with so many chemovars not really being stabilized. So it's tough to make an evaluation of what those products are. Now, there are certainly industrial and commercial terpenes that you can buy. I mean, you could buy a gallon of pinene for probably a couple $1,000 for commercial or industrial uses. But the terpene companies that have been taking advantage of the new trendiness of terpenes often aren't really about the individual terpenes. They're about creating the blends. And certainly there's a marketplace for that. But it's not particularly what I'm usually talking about or what I like to dork out on.
Yeah.
Dork out on.
So what do you like to dork out on? I'm like,
I mean, I spent almost 4 years reviewing every study I could find and every book I could find about terpenes. That's what I have been dorking out on, and started down this path because I just kept finding so many fascinating and just deeply interesting and sometimes troubling things about terpenes and how they're used by plants and mushrooms and animals and bacteria and viruses. And there's a whole world of communication happening out there that we're not privy to, and it's actually the biggest form of communication in the world. I mean, this is just the very tip of the iceberg about what I can dork out on terpenes about, and everything related to it, from how bees use geraniol to how aphids use farnesene. There's just it's nuts. It's a crazy world out there, deep, at the macro level, or the micro level.
Yeah.
I like that. I'm excited about terpenes. I'm always interested in to find out what they can do and how they can benefit us.
Right. Yeah. Hillary asked, why does shellac smell like bananas? That's probably due to an ester, which will be covered in my next book, which is the big book of keys, ketones, esters, and alcohols in cannabis.
Is this the first book that's been done like this with this much detail? Like, I mean, this is a textbook that's something that's going to end up in a university classroom, I'm sure, at some point.
Right.
It hasn't.
There is nothing else like this in the world.
Lots of words.
You sound confident because it sounds like you did many years of studying everything you could on
No, I was just
terpenes, that there is nothing else like this.
Right.
You had to build
I've
it.
seen it. I read the books. I bought the books. I know who the researchers are. I collaborated with some of the top researchers. I know what's out there. And I created this book with that knowledge and with the knowledge of what needed to be supplemented and what needed to be disseminated to the public and how, really focusing on making it just a readable book. Like, yeah, it's a textbook, but if you want to, you can just open it up and start reading it and absolutely find it fascinating and want to continue reading it.
If you want to know stuff about linalool, two O's,
linalool.
Yeah, you can find out. Like, it's literally filled with this stuff that you can read. Terpenol.
Virtually every chapter of each individual compound. So, for instance, Al, you're looking at the chapter for linalool is essentially a massive review study that has reviewed all the information that's been published about linalool from all the different sources and compiled it into one place. So, for instance, it would be difficult, as of the time of publishing anyway, to find much more information out there that isn't already included in the book from, the first page, which is meant to be kind of like a flashcard that tells you all of the important details, and then the deep intensive information about how plants are using these compounds, how industry is using these compounds, how we can use them medically. It's extremely comprehensive, and we'll be updating that probably every 2 years to keep up with new studies about these compounds. So the big book of terps is probably going to continue to get bigger.
Well, medically speaking, they talk about that kind of thing in movies. Growing up in the news, I remember back when they had the movie with Michael Douglas where he betrayed the guy who went into the rainforest and came out with the cure for cancer, from flowers.
No, it was from the ants.
Oh, was it the ants?
It was the ants going into the sugar bowl.
Oh.
It was an awesome movie.
It was an awesome movie, but it's been a long time since I've seen it.
Yeah, but he thought it was the plants, but then when he started testing the actual plants, he found it wasn't. Then he got cancer himself and cured it from using the sugar in the sugar bowl that the ants were using.
But that's all stuff that we're talking about.
They made a movie about sugar curing cancer. That sounds like somebody was trying to
they made a
narrative there.
They made a movie about ants curing cancer. But Dale has a question for you.
What's the movie called? Now I'm gonna have to watch this. Who was the actor?
You guys, I'll look for that, and you guys ask.
You look for that. I'll ask Dale's question because Dale wants to know what the aphids use terpenes for. But I have a follow-up question to that. So you go ahead and answer that one, then I'll ask mine.
Okay, cool. Dale's question is one of my favorite questions about aphids, particularly because they really fuck up our cannabis crops a lot. It's a big problem. So this is super fascinating. Aphids use farnesene, which is a terpene found in cannabis, sort of a minor or secondary compound, but it's still there, as an alarm pheromone. So when one or more aphids start emitting farnesene, it's perceived as an alarm pheromone, and the aphids in the surrounding vicinity, particularly on the same plant, will then flee. So some plants have learned this over thousands of years, and when they are infested with aphids, they will change their phytochemical mixture to feature farnesene prominently, thereby mimicking that alarm pheromone and scaring off the aphids. It's something that I hope we could take advantage of as a pesticide.
That would be awesome, because my follow-up would be, what terpenes are attracting aphids?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I did read a lot about aphids. There's certainly blends, and this is happening a lot in the insect and plant world, where often insects are using the emissions, of volatile emissions, especially of monoterpenes, and particular blends from plants in order to locate their host. So with some insects and hosts, we do know that. With others, it hasn't really been studied. Certainly a world of opportunity for study out there. But again, this type of interaction where trees are talking to insects and terpenes, and vice versa, is just rich for study and certainly something to really dork out on. And for me to find absolutely fascinating that all this is going on. And, for me, it makes me rethink how I feel about plants, knowing that when they're under attack, they protect themselves. They take steps to stay alive. They engage in chemical warfare. This is a world that we don't know much about, stomping around up here in our shoes.
I'll tell you what, I'll tell you a way that you could make a fortune is you come up with a terpene that repels spider mites.
There are plenty of terpenes that repel spider mites. There have been some products that have been patented, but for some reason I wasn't able to figure out why, probably just company failures. The patent expired and the product didn't remain in the market. So there's more opportunity there as well for spider mites and russet mites and a number of other mites that infect cannabis, where we could easily breed cannabis varieties that have phytochemical profiles that are naturally resistant to mites. And I think that this is a direction that we really need to start going in, where we need citizen scientists to start experimenting now and reporting this information so that we can get control over things like aphids and mites.
Just don't blow anybody up.
Yeah.
Try not to blow anybody up.
Including yourself.
I can't find this movie anywhere. It's not listed in his movies.
Who did you say it was?
Michael Douglas.
I don't think it was Michael Douglas.
I don't think. I thought it was it might have been Kirk. No,
I don't think it was Kirk Douglas. I don't think it was either one of them. No, definitely not.
I thought it was The Ghost in the Darkness, but no, that's not.
No, it's not. You guys go in and you guys carry on and talk. Where's my screen?
So okay, I got a question.
Yeah.
So many terpenes out there. Individually, they do. Some things are good for the industry. Some things are good for health. And it says here in your blog here that there are actual terpenes for treating cancer.
Yeah, absolutely. The terpenes, again, are very well studied, and they have been shown, many of them have been shown to be anti-cancer agents in a number of different ways, whether they are able to shrink the size of tumors or they prevent angiogenesis, which is the formation of blood vessels that keep tumors alive. Lots of different ways that terpenes have been shown in, of course, a laboratory setting to be anti-cancer. Interestingly enough, although they're well-known and potent anti-cancer compounds, when I got into researching the flavonoids, it was exhausting to discover how well researched the flavonoids are and how they also are extremely anti-cancerous in a variety of different ways. So this book is absolutely loaded with information about anti-cancer terpenes, all the different studies that are out there that are relevant to that terpene and all the different cancers or types that they've been shown to treat. And, I think that we need to start cross-referencing where terpenes and flavonoids and cannabinoids all intersect with certain types of cancers and look at synergistic medicines based on these compounds. Terpenes have also been shown to be synergistic with many of the leading chemotherapeutic agents. So when we talk about synergy, we're really talking about things that happen outside of the endocannabinoid system, which could also happen in the endocannabinoid system. But we talk about synergy because it's important to understand that terpenes aren't just synergistic with cannabinoids, they're also synergistic with existing chemotherapeutic agents. And they, in some cases, can help deliver chemotherapeutic agents as well as enhance the effects. And this is all becoming increasingly more well studied.
The one delivery system that we do know here at the 420 Radio Show is cannabis. What other plant matters, or is there man-made terpenes as well that can do the trick as well? Or
I mean, that's kind of a question that comes up a lot. You know, a molecule is a molecule. So whether you have sourced beta caryophyllene from cannabis or from, which is probably a more likely source, black pepper, it's the same molecule. The molecule doesn't know any difference, and it doesn't perform any differently.
We say the same thing about THC and CBD. It doesn't matter what plant it comes off of, whether it's a hemp plant, CBD is still going to be CBD. THC is still going to be THC. It's
Correct,
still all of the other terpenes and cannabinoids on the plant that actually make it work.
So what are the other delivery systems that are out there that you can get terpenes and flavonoids?
Well, I mean, first of all, I would argue that cannabis is an inefficient delivery system of terpenes, especially with the most common forms of administration, smoking and vaporizing. We're chemically altering these compounds and getting them in very, very small quantity, certainly not in any therapeutic quantity, unless you're talking about concentrated oils with very specific phytochemical profiles. So, you know, one of my missions is to help people realize, and this is something that I learned early in my research, is that, and I just put a video out about this early this week, is that you don't need cannabis to get terpenes, and in fact, you'd be a little bit foolish to try to get terpenes from cannabis because it's an inefficient producer of terpenes. Yes, it's very cool that they have these cultivars that have tons of different terpenes and different people realize, and this is something that they sorry, I heard an echo there and got lost.
Yeah, I was pulling up something and it echoed it.
No, but I understand what you mean. There's the amount of terpenes in cannabis, because in Canada on our labels we're labeling terpenes, and on our cannabis our terpenes are coming out with 0.2%, 0.1%. Well, that's a very small amount of terpene to try and collect. If you can collect the same terpene off another plant, then that just makes more sense.
Right.
We had the guy, we were talking about it last week, the guys that are pulling CBD, is it CBD that they're pulling out of orange peels?
Yes.
Yeah, they're making cannabinoids out of corn and orange peels.
In Japan or something, right? Or China.
Yeah.
If they can pull more CBD out of an orange peel than you can pull off of say Avodacle or something like that, that's a high CBD plant, then all the power to you. Go for it.
Right. Yeah, and this is a conversation we'll need to start having soon in the cannabis industry, and in particular as we continue the discussion about terpenes overall being an important part of who we are as humans, is that we should source terpenes from their host plants. For instance, again, if you want beta caryophyllene, you would go to black pepper and maybe blueberries. If you want limonene, you would go to the citrus fruits. If you want myrcene, you would look to celery. Cannabis does not produce these terpenes in a way that's efficient to source them therapeutically or industrially, commercially, etc. And Susan Trapp, who there's commentary from her in my book, she is certainly the world's leading expert on terpenes. She studied the biogenesis of terpenes. She agrees that cannabis isn't an efficient source of terpenes. So the best source of terpenes is eating correctly, eating foods that are high in those terpenes, and that's pretty easy to do for most people in developed countries. And with that said, it's important to recognize cannabis for the value that it provides, which is, as far as we know today, it is the most efficient producer of cannabinoids.
We should just let Dale turn his mic on.
Yeah, I think so. Dale, turn your mic on and ask your questions, please.
Wasn't Horatio extracting limonene from orange peels and then selling the isolate in Canada?
You can absolutely do that. That's where it's usually industrially produced, is from orange peels or the waste products of the orange industry.
I can't remember his last. I can't remember his last name offhand, but he was a Canadian fellow. He just passed away last year. His rig let go on him and got him right in the head.
Oh, not good.
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
If anybody has any questions that's listening, please feel free to ask.
Yeah.
You know, that's
we're going to make them answer you.
That's right.
Yeah.
Lots of ways to ask. It'll show up here in the thingy. That's the other reason why I don't like using Twitter is we don't get the chat back. They see what we're typing, but they don't get or we don't get theirs. So, you know, but so we're chatting with Russ Hudson, the author of the Big Book of Terps. We got lots of stuff to talk about. That's for sure. What time is it? It's only 7:30.
Yeah. Normally you would play a song, but
I've got some funny stuff loaded here that we're going to watch. It's only 2 minutes long. It's enough for a pee.
I have 2 joints rolled here, and I don't know why, so I'm going to smoke one.
This is the 420 radio show. I'm going to load this thing up, and we're going to watch some. This hour is 22 minutes. We'll be back after this is done. Oh, where's the button? There's the button.
It's a residential neighborhood. We need to keep the peace while preserving the right to protest. It's a thin line. A blue one. Okay, you're gonna need you to move along. You here for the protest?
No, we're here for the bands and the hot tubs and bouncy castles.
That's the protest.
Oh, dude, it's almost Canada Day.
We're protesters? Rad. What are we protesting?
It's a trucker protest.
Oh no, I like trucks.
Food trucks.
Ice cream trucks.
Ice cream truck is a food truck. Whoa.
It's not an anti-truck.
Then what's it for?
Well, it was against vaccine mandates.
Good. I hate vaccines. I don't put anything in my body unless I know exactly what it is.
Hey, you want some of this?
What is it?
I don't know.
Sure.
Okay, move along.
What does he need to say?
He's a protester.
Why is he honking?
That's how they protest.
So if I hunk, we could stay?
No. Okay, okay. Please don't. You can't just honk and get your way.
But they can.
No, well, yes, but okay, well that's different because they.
Officer! Someone stole my weed!
Someone stole our weed!
Go.
Hey, Mary Jane Baker. No, I'm Mary Jane Baker. Wait, can we do that again?
Mary Jane Baker, take 27.
Hey, I'm Mary Jane Baker, and you're listening to 420radio.ca.
You're listening to 420radio.ca, Canadian Cannabis Radio.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
You want music? Rock, punk, metal, alternative music. The Coverage Radio Show has what you want. Every other Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca. Hosted by DJ Michael Aldridge, bringing you new and retro tunes from both major and independent labels. Only on the Coverage Radio Show. Radio Show. Radio Show.
And we're back, but I forgot to shut the video off.
And
now we're back.
And there was an echo.
There was an echo.
There was an echo through the 22 minutes. But it's funny as hell, 22 minutes.
Yeah, it's funny as hell. Well, I'll try and see what happens with the other one. I think I know what's up.
Cool. Don't let it happen again, Al. It wasn't that bad. Hillary says it wasn't that bad, but it was enough that I
Oh,
even
it's
had
because
to
I
ask.
shared the tab audio as well. And it played twice through it. Okay,
Oh,
doesn't
really?
matter. Anyways, we're back. It's the 420 Radio Show. We're chatting with Russ Hudson about terpenes and stuffs like that. Why don't we while we're thinking about things to talk about, why don't you tell me what you find interesting about terpenes that a layman like myself might go, oh.
Put the guy in a spot.
No, I mean there's really so many different things that you could say. I think the most interesting thing for the layman is to learn how prolific terpenes are in virtually everything that we do, especially Canadians and Americans who have access to rich supermarkets and parks. So to know that you can get therapeutic compounds by, for instance, going for a walk in a pine forest or any coniferous forest. That's what Japanese forest bathing is based on. The inhalation of monoterpenes, mostly pinene and myrcene, two of the three most common terpenes in cannabis. The layperson who uses paints and paint thinners might be interested to know that most of those products are based on terpenes and are dependent actually on terpenes in order to function correctly.
Yeah.
For the average person to know that every time they're eating a piece of fruit or some kind of vegetable, they're taking terpenes into their body. And when you are using any kind of general household products, from detergents to deodorants, hair gels, lotions, it's just absolutely ridiculous. If you go, for instance, into your medicine cabinet right now or your bathroom and look through these products, you will assuredly find terpenes in them. And I think that is pretty fascinating as a starting point for the layperson to understand, like the prolific nature of terpenes and how they're so prolific in nature and in commerce and industry and medicine. It's a little bit difficult to even grasp how terpenes are so common in our lives already, and when most people know nothing about them. I think that's a pretty fascinating feature right there.
There's a reason why people from centuries ago that now they call monks and that they used aroma in their therapies and in their preaching and I mean one of the aromas that I love, probably one of the biggest aromas I love, is Neg Champa. Very old perfumey. It covers up every smell. I've been using it to cover up my weed smell all my life, pretty much, all my adult life. But I noticed
Neg Champa is the smell of every bong store and head shop in Toronto and everywhere.
Exactly.
What's that?
Yeah.
Neg Champa. It's an Indian incense on a stick.
Oh yeah, I see. If I owned a cannabis store, I'd be burning patchouli.
Yeah,
because it smells more like hash.
One smell that really gets to me, which Paula used to use in the lounge all the time, is sandalwood. Burning sandalwood, doing her prayers.
Yeah,
I
have sandalwood essential oil for some products, and it's ripe.
Are terpenes involved in allergies as well, do you think?
Yeah, it's fairly well known in sort of dermatology, in certain circles, skincare circles, dermatologists, that terpenes, when they oxidize, can be irritants for some people. In particular, linalool, which is added to astonishing amount of products. When this is oxidized, it can be an allergen for a lot of people. In fact, in Europe, they're trying to get it added to patch tests and may have succeeded within the last couple of years. So there are some concerns there, but of course it's from the oxidation products of terpenes, and what I've looked at, rarely with the actual compound itself.
So are there smells that don't have terpenes, or if it's a smell, there's a terpene involved?
No, certainly there are other chemical constituents that smell. There are also terpenes that don't smell.
Okay.
So you have both of those things going on. In cannabis, for instance, it's likely that the strawberry and banana smells of certain chemovars are due to esters. And because of recent work that was published by Abstracts in collaboration with Max Montrose from the Trichome Institute, and we now know that the skunky smell of at least certain chemovars comes from sulfurs. So we have a lot going on in cannabis in addition to the terpenes. But in general, the monoterpenes are the most potent smell and sort of aroma. Of course, that's the pinene, myrcene, limonene. Those are the three,
so
top ones.
So when you go to the limonene, explain to me how limonene can have two different smells.
So there are two different isomers of limonene. There's also two different isomers of linalool.
I was just going to ask you if it was like that with the cannabinoids, because you've got the THCA, blah, 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 blah. You have the same thing in the terpenes?
No, that's a bit different because THCA is the acidic version of the molecule. Okay. So you're actually chemically changing it to then make it into THC.
I meant the subcategories.
You mean like alpha and beta?
But with limonene, it's not a subcategory. Some will smell like lemons and oranges, and some will smell like pine.
Correct. And that's those are the two different isomers. So basically, those molecules are the same molecules, but they're mirror versions of each other. And even though they're so very close, they still produce extremely different properties. So a lot of terpenes have this feature. Terpinolene, for example, which is a top 10 terpene in cannabis, one of my favorites, is actually an isomer of terpenine, which isn't even, I think, within the top 20 terpenes in cannabis. So you have a isomer of terpenine occurring more commonly in cannabis than you do the sort of the parent compound.
Lemon seems to be the key word in there, though. Why is that? Like a lot of the good weed that you get out there has a lemony taste?
I don't know. I kind of like this stuff that has the piney taste too.
Well, I was just going to say, there's piney taste, there's different tastes, but a lot of the ones that you see have a lemony taste. A lot of
yes, and that doesn't mean that it's limonene. It could absolutely not be limonene. It could be terpinolene. It could be a blend of terpenes that are creating that smell. And this is one of the best examples that we have of synergy. Is the aroma of a certain strain is not due to one single constituent, it's the combination. And I think that's important to keep in mind as you talk about the different smells and flavors, that it's really hard to pin it down to one. And in all honesty, if you have a jar of limonene, pure limonene, and you smell it, it's not going to smell pleasant, and it certainly doesn't smell like citrus fruit.
Really?
No.
No, it smells more solventy. It needs to be diffused in order to create that sort of effect.
It's a big time concentrate, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and actually, Dale shared a link with us with Horatio stuff.
Yeah, hash oil stuff.
And I was just looking at it. Castoreum, Dale, and it's called limonene hash oil. Is what Horatio Delbert was making. And I would say he's got, it's made by its limonene hash oil or limonene hash oil, extracted with limonene and THC concentrate. So it's very likely it's a distillate that he's added terpenes to.
It's not a hash oil.
No, because it's clear. You see it, it's clear. It's distillate.
Yeah, and he's added the limonene back in, which is fine. You can mad scientist all kinds of combinations, and the industry's definitely going to get into that, but it's not hash oil.
Why'd Mary Jane write that when she could have just asked?
She didn't want to interrupt us.
Oh, interrupt us.
You guys were chatting. I was just listening because you guys were saying basically it could smell like limonene, but not be limonene. And I've been trusting my nose the entire time. So now I'm like, well, now I can't really trust my nose.
No, you still need to trust your nose. What you need to do is we need better science so that when you smell a strain or a chemovar in a bag and your eyes light up and you're like, fuck yeah, that's the strain that I want. There's something happening there. As I was talking about earlier, there's all this communication going on between different entities with terpenes, and you're also receiving that communication when you know this is the stuff that I want. And for instance, for me, it might be like super silver haze. When I smell that, I know that I want that. It talks to me in some way, but you might not like that. So I think that you still need to trust your nose. And when your nose tells you this is the good shit, get it. Even if the expectation of what you've been told at the dispensary doesn't match that sort of result that your nose shows. We need more testing so that when your eyes light up and you find a strain that just makes you go, wow, then you need to know, what is that strain? I need to know the top 3 constituents at least as far as the terpenes to understand this is what I need in a strain and this is what I like. And then you could sort of get into why. But first, trying to get that consistency is very difficult. And until then, you do need to trust your nose.
Well, I think the point that I was trying to make is when you said that it could be, what was that other thing that could influence the smell? So like was it a gas? No.
Well, it could be an ester, could be sulfur.
That's it, the sulfur.
Right.
If one of those aspects are manipulating what I believe is the smell that I like, I'm just like, I don't know. Because don't get me wrong, I'll try anything once. And I generally, I keep it up here. I keep it up here of like what type of cannabis I do like and what I don't. But I guess I really shouldn't do that because depending on cultivar, lemon sour diesel from one producer is going to be different terpene profile than another producer.
Absolutely. And this is something we really need to get an understanding of in the cannabis industry. I've been talking to a lot of hemp farmers recently who do have a pretty good understanding of it. And not only is that true, but it goes far beyond that. For instance, the terpene profile of the back corner of your field could be completely different than the terpene profile of the front corner. For instance, let's say the back corner was exposed to aphids and it increased its phytochemical content so that farnesene was the primary terpene, and you harvested during that stage, you could have totally different phytochemical content in the same exact field.
Yep.
So this is why I say you have to trust your nose, because the chances that any dispensary anywhere in the world is delivering consistent phytochemical content is almost zero.
But you want to trust your taste too, because that's the flavonoids, right? Your taste.
The nose is the first.
Despite the sort of precursor to the word flavonoids, there is no flavor association with flavonoids, at least none that we know of. Flavonoids are about color. So in cannabis, the blues, reds, and purples that you see are due to different types of flavonoids, and in the wider plant kingdom, typically coloration is due to flavonoids, and that's related to antioxidant protection, UVB, solar radiation protection, and some other relief of abiotic stressors from plants. But primarily, they're known for the production of color.
Okay, so stupid question.
That's not a stupid question.
Where does the taste come from in cannabis?
Oh, that's a stupid question.
Terpenes. It's mostly terpenes.
So terpenes are both smell and taste.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
And you'll have other, like esters are imparting some taste in there as well. We just don't really know how much. We're going to get into that in another year. But certainly the terpenes are well-known flavor molecules. This is another use of terpenes. They're in food products that you wouldn't believe. They're so embedded in especially prepared products that they're not even considered an ingredient. They're considered sort of a precursor product. So they don't have to report those in the ingredient list. But chances are, if it's a processed or packaged food, there's terpenes in there in some way. They add terpenes to the packaging as deterrents from certain insects and bacteria and fungi. It's another section that terpenes are widely used in candies and beverages, to give maple flavors and to give piney flavors, and to give, for instance, with linalool, you have that sort of lavender flavor. Linalool is the number one constituent of a number of different types of cinnamon. So when you think of cinnamon flavorings, you could be talking about linalool. The flavor implications of terpenes are extraordinarily well studied. I recommend checking out a website called the Good Sense Company. For 40 years, they've been compiling information about exactly this. What do these compounds smell like? What do they taste like? It's an excellent source of information about that. And in fact, PubChem often uses information there, in their collaborative and verification processes.
Cool. You just
what is that? What is that word that Dale wrote there? I can't even.
But before we get to that, before we get to that, let's bring up the fact that we had Cheryl and Haley Rose on a few years ago.
Should have them on again soon.
Yeah, we should actually. But that was one of the things that they found with Haley. She's got a severe form of epilepsy that they've been treating for years with cannabis. And what they found was her being able to go into the dispensary, smell each strain, would pick which strain was going to work best for her that day or at that time. In Canada, we don't legally have that option. We can't go to one of the dispensaries and smell the cannabis.
Not in the legal stores.
Actually, we can't even legally look at what's inside the package.
Yeah, the only way that I can find out if the weed that I'm buying from the legal store is fresh enough for me to buy is to squeeze the package. That's all you're allowed to do.
And that doesn't work if it's coming into a tin can.
That's right.
But if it's coming in a tin can, it's sealed at the right moisture content anyway, so it's not an issue.
Are things that bad down in the States? Are they like that, or is it that controlled? Can you just walk?
It's pretty similar. There's some sort of lip service being given where a dispensary might put out, those special containers. They're clear, but they have some ventilation in them. But those same samples sit in those containers day in, day out. It's a terrible representation of what might actually be behind the shelf. It's just kind of a joke to make connoisseurs a little bit happy, but real connoisseurs know better anyway.
If you're a connoisseur in Canada, you're not buying legal weed. Sorry to say, but
that's true. That's not something connoisseurs do.
I mean, I Mary Jane also shops on the reservation as I do during the summer, anyways, and the quality of the middle of the road strain from the reservation dispensary is about the same as the bottom end of the legal scale.
Not even.
No? You think it's worse than that?
I think it's better. You want to talk price?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. That's what I'm getting at. I mean, you can get some really nice.
Oh, you got to make her big.
Hold on.
Got to make you big.
Average size. Like average size buds from the legacy market, from the indigenous market. Yes. And if you go to the legal market here,
I got tiny little buds.
Here, you get stick. You
smaller.
Get stick and little buds.
Always.
And I'm not gonna lie, I paid $100 for 3 ounces. So
at the res, yeah, you can get a $55 ounce at the res now. So.
Well, she just got three for $33 a piece.
Yep.
And I got a free pre-roll. I got a free pre-roll and a free drink.
Because you spent $100. See, that's a good deal.
Okay, so good. You brought that up. The drinks, they're using terpenes in a lot of the drinks now. Correct. You can infuse them and same kind of things that you can do with oils and stuff, right?
They're using distillate, aren't they?
Are they?
Because that's where I don't like these drinks.
Yeah, I don't like distillates. That's what I like. I don't like distillates, but there's other ways to make them. Marcel knows this.
There was a company.
I don't give out secrets though.
I can't
sell
remember
secrets.
who it was. they made like a Kool-Aid powder, a THC infused Kool-Aid powder. Do you remember, Al? It was at Karma Cup.
Yeah, they infused the sugar is what they did.
Was it Thompson Caribou? I can't remember.
It was
Thompson Caribou had a syrup.
They had a syrup. They had like a cough syrup, and they just. But it was also. It was not a distillate. I don't think. No.
From what I heard, it wasn't oily like that.
I'll ask Dave if he wants to come on. We can talk about stuff like that. He's still around.
I would like to try.
Anymore, but
I would like to try a drink that didn't taste like it had oil in my mouth afterwards with this like.
And that's the
I can do that. I can do that for you with an alcohol.
They had that issue at the beginning. Remember, Marcel? Tweed had that issue. Was it Tweed? I think it was Tweed.
Well, yeah, they tried. The problem
is sticking to the can.
Right. The cannabinoids are an oil. They're an oil base. So to mix them with water, you've got to use an emulsifier, which means the water is now thick. It's not water. Or you can use what's called nanotechnology. And basically what it is it's using sound frequency at a particular pitch to dissolve the oil compounds of the cannabinoids into small droplets that are interspersed evenly through the liquid. Expensive technology, either one, but if there's any separation, the oil sticks to the inside of the can.
Yes, that's what was
happening. When you go to drink it, the oils all stick to the inside of the can, and you're drinking the liquid,
and you're not getting any
a small percentage of what was actually in that can.
We've got some people making comments on our stream here, and I'm not sure what they mean by rectify this. Rectify what?
Will there be a rectify this?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what I can understand what you're saying, John, but
Alexis says hi.
Alexis.
Hi, you're welcome. We're here every week. Enjoy.
Yeah, the terpenes in drinks would fall. You have water soluble terpenes, or?
Yeah, there are a few.
Yeah,
but most are not.
No, most are still that non-polar type oil base.
You can't get it to dissolve in a water.
Right.
Not easily, no.
No. So they would have the same issue with terpenes to incorporate it into a beverage. So a beverage that would incorporate it easily is an alcohol, because the alcohol will dissolve the cannabinoids as well as the terpenes, and it would mix very well. And you could come up with some half-decent drinks that way, but again, you're still back to that whole issue of that's an alcoholic beverage.
Yeah, regulations won't allow that.
Speaking of alcoholics,
unless you want to make a drink with a natural fat, such as milk, that has a high fat content, you can do that.
Or something.
Right, something like that has that fat base, not a water base.
Yeah. Hot cocoa would work.
Like an ice cream.
Hot cocoa works extremely well. That's why I make hot chocolate bombs. But they don't work in water. They work in hot milk.
Right.
Hot milk. Well, that's one of the things that I learned a long time ago. One of the first things I learned is that cannabis and milk love each other.
Yeah, well, I don't know if they love each other. They attach to the fats.
That's what I mean. They love each other.
It sounds like you love cannabis and milk together.
And yeah, it sounds like
I
you
can't
love milk.
drink milk anymore.
Well,
that's probably why you overdid it back in the day.
Do you know the only animal that should drink milk? Cow's milk or cows? The only milk humans should drink is from their mothers.
You know, milk's just for getting fat anyways, eh?
Yeah, it's just to add fat. I hope John will come back and explain the rest of his question there.
Yeah, kind of
to rectify
elaborate.
This? Rectify what? Rectify what?
The industry using distillates and
rectify this, man.
That won't be rectified when they can derive THC delta 8 from hemp and CBD.
Well, it was what we were talking
Cellulose
about just
THC.
before he posted that. But anyways, while we're waiting to see if John will reply,
Is it break time? I gotta go heat up my tea.
you can go. I got to heat up my. I got to make a new tea. You want to do another?
Actually, it's
you
9
got
o'clock.
something-
We should.
You got something you wanted to,
It's eight,
to
you
share.
Easterner.
Sorry.
Marcel.
Well, I look at my clock. It says 9.
Should we watch the emergency measures one? It's only a minute and a half, though.
Well, she better be quick. She's got a minute and a half.
I'm
then
just heating up my tea. Al's making a whole tea.
Are we? Are I just do tap tea usually during the show, though. Let it run for a while. Hot water.
Okay, I'm leaving now.
Yeah. Okay. Bye bye now. I only have 30 seconds during the show. Hello. Okay, so I've got this other this hour's 22 minutes video loaded up already, so we can watch that, and then we'll be back with more question and answer period about the big book of Terp with Ross. I've been calling you Ross, haven't I? Must miss Ross. That's what it is. With Russ Hudson, and he is sitting somewhere. Where are you? I forgot.
In Southern Virginia.
Southern Virginia. Well, welcome to Canada for the evening, anyways. Have you ever been to Canada? Have you been up here?
Yeah. Last I heard, I've been barred from entering the country.
Oh, because that cannabis thing?
Because I advised a client, a good friend of mine from Spain, with concerning some business in Canada. He was detained at the airport. They went through his phone and found, my contacts in our conversation there, and threw him out of the country after taking 11,000 euro from him and his wife. Instructed him that he should never return and that I shouldn't come to the country either.
Bastards.
Fuckers.
I'm going to test that though, so we'll see.
Yeah,
come and visit. Let us know when you're here. We'll be at the airport. I'll come pick you up. We'll videotape the whole thing.
Just don't have anything with you, so you don't have a reason to be detained.
Yeah, right. Obviously.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so there's our smiley Trump wannabe.
Trump. No.
Got a nice smile. No.
No, you can't call him a Trump wannabe. He's more of a Biden wannabe than a Trump wannabe.
Oh, okay.
They don't think the same.
And now,
okay, here we go.
Things are out of control. Justin Trudeau has invoked the Emergency Act for the first time ever.
Yeah.
And now, you can too.
Fixed.
Hello, Mr. Jones? This is the CRA.
No,
It
it's not
seems
fixed.
you haven't filed your taxes for the last 2 years.
I invoke the Emergencies Act.
What?
I invoke the Emergencies Act.
Sir, you can't do that.
Just watch me. Thanks, Justin Trudeau.
Overwhelmed, stressed, incapable of handling a situation? Invoke the Emergencies Act.
I'm sorry, Gary. You just haven't landed any new accounts, so I'm gonna have to let you go.
I invoke the Emergencies Act. You can't fire me.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't. It's a thing. Look it up. Sorry.
Gary?
These special temporary measures help you cope with any urgent and critical situation long after you should have.
Gary, I'm leaving you.
I invoke the Emergencies Act.
I've met somebody new.
I invoke the Emergencies Act.
Damn you, Gary. We have to face this!
I invoke the Emergencies Act.
The Emergencies Act. It's for emergencies. If you fail to act, Emergency Act. Not available in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba.
Hey, this is Cheech. And this is Chong. And you're listening to Lifestyle Radio. What is it? Lifestyle Radio. Say it one more time. 420 Radio? Ooh.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
Are you an independent musician? How would you like to have your songs played on hundreds of radio stations just like the one you're listening to right now? Join MusicSubmit.com and we'll promote your music to radio stations and blogs in your genre. It's free to set up your account, and we guarantee your music will be considered for airplay by radio stations worldwide. Why not sign up today? It's free. MusicSubmit.com. Radio promotion for indie musicians.
This is how we grow the weed.
Darcy, you're up.
Yeah, Darcy.
Darcy, you're up. We're back. It's the 420 radio. So, what's that look for, Mary Jane? What are you eating?
Come on, what are you eating?
Did you bring something for the whole class?
What is it? Is it sauerkraut because you started to love it?
Should we show Russ?
Yeah,
show
should show Russ.
Nasty.
Okay. This happened a few weeks ago, Russ.
3, 2, 1.
It's good.
Makes me smile. Mary Jane has a thing where she's trying something new every day or so.
And she decided to try sauerkraut on the show. So what did you do new today?
She muted her mic.
Maybe unmute your mic first. No,
Okay.
unmute.
Okay. So today, normally when I have something I need to do and it's like really bad weather like this, because I do not like driving in nasty weather, I would just cancel it. I would just call the person and be like, I'm so sorry. I can't make it today. I can't drive in this. However, I had to go pick up my boyfriend's son and take him to work. And there's no way that he can get to work if it wasn't for me. So my new thing for the day was to just suck it up and go do it.
You saw,
and I did it.
You saw the other day, I'm sure, Mike and Amber's feed. They went off the highway on the 401 there with their camper.
Who's Mike and Amber?
Mike and Amber are very well known in Ontario.
You don't know Mike and Amber?
They were at
Amber
the thing.
Do they have a last name?
McIntyre,
Amber McIntyre.
and Mike.
Oh, the pin girl.
Yes,
Yep.
yes.
They had an accident on the highway. They,
but they're okay.
They're okay. Yes,
they're okay.
But
They broke their truck and trailer.
Yep. And that's exactly why I don't drive around with my trailer anywhere.
It's this time of year, man.
Yep.
But those two are on the road all the time.
Oh yeah, they go back and forth and up and down and everywhere. All of them.
Well, they're out.
That's probably their house. Are you talking about they rolled their house then too?
Well, I don't think so.
I mean by trailer because they're always on the road. They rolled.
Yeah, but it was a camper trailer that
Yeah.
it just jackknifed basically.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Yep. On the highway during one of the last storms. Oh, I'm sure it did. Anyways.
Yeah, it's been nasty this winter.
We are chatting with Russ some more. Hi, Russ. How are you? Are you enjoying yourself?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good.
Probably wishes you could go out and smoke a joint.
You don't smoke?
I can just do that.
He's got his bong already loaded.
Perfect.
He's surrounded by cannabis. Look, he's got it.
That leads to a question right there. How do you prefer to intake your cannabis? I'm going to assume because of the terpenes and all the other stuff that you get. Correct?
Yes, but also there has been some pretty convincing evidence showing that filtering smoke through water activates THC. So people who feel that they get higher from smoking a bong are 100% correct. You do get higher from smoking a proper water pipe.
I don't do bongs, but I have a squisher next to me that I enjoy daily.
Cool.
So, do you use vaporizers?
No, they don't really work for me.
You don't use shadowrizers?
You realize the difference between smoking a bong and vaporizing. What about dabs? Do you do dabs or?
I have, but it just doesn't work for me.
Yeah.
So
you get your best results from a bong.
But what do you mean it doesn't work? Like, do you not feel the same relief? Like the same?
Right. Yeah. When vaporizing or doing dabs, I mean, I can get high, but it only goes to a certain point and it's not satisfying. You know, I feel like I could vape all day long and never get to that satisfied level. It's only when I combust cannabis that I feel, satisfied. And that's probably a chemical answer there. There's something
I
that I'm
said
getting
it for
through
years.
combustion.
Yeah.
That vaping is not the same as smoking, and then smoking is not the same as eating. My preferred method is ingestion, but that's more of a health thing than anything.
Right, of course.
Can you explain to me why some people like to mix cannabis and tobacco? Is it a terpene thing?
No, I think I wrote an article about this years ago. I think it's titled "How Europe is Getting It Wrong on Cannabis," and there are several different reasons, but often it's cultural. That people have just been doing it for a long time, and the reasons behind that cultural use is one, people get too high, so they want to dilute the cannabis with tobacco. Two, they can't afford the cost of the hash or cannabis, so they again dilute it with tobacco, or
Stretching,
they're stretching it, or that's just
how they do it.
That's just how they do it, and obviously they're addicted to the tobacco, and to varying degrees maybe addicted to the cannabis as well.
What do you have to say about that, Marcel?
Kiss my ass. I
have something to say to that.
I don't mix.
I'm a blunt smoker, so
But I don't mix tobacco. I don't mix tobacco with pot.
No, you mix it with hash. I realize that.
Hash and oil.
Yeah.
Because I'll make an oil joint or I'll make a hash joint.
But
and I'll use tobacco.
We also
did you know that we have nicotine receptors in our body?
Mm-hmm.
We have opioid receptors in our body.
So one could say in plant form, not in like actual like opioid, but we would be able to, or possibly require this in small amounts to stimulate our receptors. Right. Yeah, just like the cannabinoid receptors.
So I'm going to go and start licking poppies.
Make sure you take a razor blade and slice them open first, buddy.
Well, you slice them and bleed them a bit, and then chew on that. Whoops, we shouldn't be telling people that. Do not slice poppies.
When I smoked, I used to mix all the time. But it's also known that tobacco opens your air passage more, and you actually get a deeper toke when you've mixed it. That's what I've been told.
Yeah, but there was another.
I heard
it's actually the opposite.
I heard cannabis opens.
Yes, that's Mary Jane is correct. That
which is bad when you
tobacco
mix
restricts capillaries.
Yeah, as soon as you mix the tobacco in, what happens is the cannabis opens it up and allowing the tobacco to get even further to do damage.
That's
what I was understood.
Yeah, but that makes sense as well. Yeah.
Alexis just made a good point, so I put it up.
Oh, okay. Well, that's why we've been here for 15 years doing this, Alexis.
Yeah, she's joining us from Iowa. Well, you join us every Friday. We're here.
Nice. I'm curious where Russ is. You're in the States?
Yeah, I'm in Southern Virginia right
He's
now.
already said he's in Southern Virginia about 20 times tonight.
Oh, I missed it. I'm sorry.
He was sniffing on some terpenes. Can you get any benefit as far as a stone from sniffing terpenes?
I mean, the evidence shows that myrcene, when volatilized, is a sedative.
What do you mean volatilized?
It's in the air.
Okay.
So it's been made into a vapor.
We lost Mary Jane.
Limonene has also been shown to have very specific therapeutic effects, including decreasing the heart rate and instilling a feeling of calm over study participants who unknowingly breathed limonene that was pumped through the vents. So there are several different terpenes that have effects that are actually normally attributed to cannabis. For instance, Ethan Russo, who is the leading researcher in the entourage effect, has said repeatedly that the calming effect attributed to CBD is 100% wrong. It's not attributed to CBD. It's attributed to myrcene, and the preponderance of evidence shows that he is almost certainly correct in that regard. Another reason why we need to start talking about terpenes and why we need to start making the separation that just because it's a cannabinoid doesn't necessarily mean that it's some kind of holy grail. And there are other compounds that could be doing that work. Myrcene is certainly one of them.
We're just getting used to the whole cannabinoid thing and the THCA and Z and V and XYZ.
And new ones they keep isolating.
Yeah. So I mean, like we were talking at the beginning of the show, I started doing this as an entertainment thing 15 years ago, and it's come into more of a medical thing because of Marcel and Lori before him and Jess and a whole bunch of people. And it's my classroom, and it's how I learn, right? That and YouTube, although I'm careful about YouTube.
But he brought up the point earlier. It's because the plant has been so restricted to research that we've had to backyard scientist everything to get to where we are today. And things that they're coming out with scientific papers now, we figured out 5-10 years ago, right? So they're slowly catching up and proving that we were right all along. It's great, but the science has still got a long ways to go, because us in the background industry or the backyard scientists are finding out way more every day of how we can make this stuff work better. And a good example is enhancing with terpenes.
Now, are terpenes on the restricted list like some cannabinoids are? Depend?
No.
Not in Canada.
Okay. But are they in the States, Marcel?
No.
I don't know. I don't think so.
No, absolutely not. All the terpenes are generally recognized as safe.
Yeah. But do you remember years ago they used to...
For now.
Yeah.
For now.
The police raids, when they'd raid a guard, they would wear masks and everything so that their officers wouldn't get high. And
I wish I had loaded that reporter thing by the fire.
Yeah, but we used to laugh at them doing this because we knew that they weren't getting high. They were just getting that nice, relaxed, calming effect from the terpenes that we get subjected to whenever we're growing. That's why growing is so therapeutic for us.
Well, I know that this year, Russ, was my first outdoor grow at my farm, and I chopped it all down and then put some strings up in my trailer and just sat there for 2 weeks doing my thing and just absorbing in my hands. And I've helped a lot of people trim before, so I know, don't do the thing with your eyes and stuff like that. But
you still do it.
But the when you're surrounded by drying plants, there's a lot going on there. There's a lot of chemical reactions going on there, right? So there's a lot of terpenes in the air. There's a lot of air in the air, because they're still making air and they're making other things and they're dying basically. But it takes a while for them to die. When, I guess what I'm trying to get to is, with pot, when is your max time that your terpenes are, like, this is when your little things are perfect, when they're drying, and this looks like that, and you look at your bud, and is there a way to tell your bud is ready by the terpenes and the odors and the smells? And
I thought you were going to say how would you get your maximum terpenes?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Thank you, Marcel.
Well, you can get your maximum terpenes, but as soon as you cut your plant, you start losing your terpenes.
Now, I guess a two-part question, is that when they stop being as potent, like they degrade quickly? Is that one of the things that degrades really quickly?
Upon cutting, yeah. I mean, that's what we're really talking about when we're talking about the loss of terpenes from processing cannabis. So the harvest time, as far as the maturity of terpene content, is going to vary greatly from one chemovar to the other. But once you sort of figure that out, because you have to get to know that chemovar, you harvest at the correct time and you have one phytochemical profile at that time. The process of drying and curing is going to completely change that.
Well, I think that we're in for some interesting things coming in the future on this front, because I'm finding that, I mean, you look at the gadgets that are out there now. You've got gadgets that if you want a toke, you get a fake joint. You want to use terpenes, you can use this. You want to use this, you can use that. Like, there's something for everything. Are there delivery systems out there for things like terpenes? I guess there would be, because they just infuse them.
Yeah. If you like, there's a good example in the foreword of my book that was written by Mitch Earlywine, who used to be the co-chair of NORML, National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws, which is one of our most prominent marijuana advocacy groups here in the United States for going on 50 years now. And he talks about their experiment of going around with just terpenes in vape pens and allowing sort of random folks to puff on them and report their results. So you can get terpene delivery systems just from vape pens. That's certainly an efficient way of doing it. It's from a marketing and manufacturing.
You're starting to see them on the market, actually.
Yeah.
Right. But you can have gadgets and technology all day long. But going back to what we were talking about before with the harvesting, is even if you harvest at the ideal time and with all the ideal technology, you're going to lose monoterpenes. They're just very volatile. That's what they do. They were, not to say designed, but it would seem that they're designed specifically to volatilize into the air. And not a whole lot that you can do about that, considering that, just movement or heat or light and temperature can all affect those monoterpenes. So you can try to stave off some of those losses of monoterpenes by good drying and good curing techniques. But in the end, if you are looking to get a big dose of myrcene, you could just put myrcene in a vape pen.
And which is what a lot of the vape pens are.
Well, people are going to catch on to that. Like, I mean, are we in for?
But distillate has no flavor.
But are we in for the whole CBD type of thing with the terpenes and the flavonoids as well? Are we going to end up with that?
They already are.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't use vape pens. I use my shatterizer. That's it. And I smoke doobies, right?
Yeah, they already add terpenes to many of the vape products that are on the market.
Well, I know that they re-add terpenes into shatters and other oils and stuff like that, just so that they're there.
But why?
Right? Well, because the process takes them out.
Right. For the vape pens, because they use distillate, there's no taste or smell to distillate. So they have to add terpenes into it to be able to say that it was kush or whatever.
Yeah, otherwise it's just a pen full of something that gets you stoned.
It's just full of something that's going to get you high for 20 minutes, and then you'll be wondering what happened.
Yeah. Alexis, is it Alexis? Alexis. Yes, she has another thingy she put. I like this being able to chat with people who are listening.
Yeah. It works better. I don't know where they're chatting from. Oh.
In the comments.
No. I'm trying to figure out what the...
LinkedIn. And John
YouTube.
was on LinkedIn as well. And then Roland was on YouTube. I have a feeling that's
Raylan.
The YouTube one is a post or something, a spam post or something. It looks kind of suspicious to me.
Vom NGO.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what it is.
I don't know either. I don't care.
I don't either.
If it's important, they'll come back and tell us.
Yeah. So I'm looking at. I'm just looking through your blog here some more.
No, now I want Ross, to tell everybody where they can get this big book on terps.
Yeah, you can get it at thebigbookofterps.com. That's the cheapest way to get it. I can offer hand-signed copies, hardcover copies, of course, shipped directly to your door for $125 out of my office. You can also get it for the retail at like Barnes & Noble or Amazon. Of course, those companies charge much, much higher. It's around $169. So best way to get it is directly through me, a nice signed hardcover at thebigbookofterps.com.
See, that was simple.
There you go. Easy peasy. Terpene.
Yeah. The Big Book of Terps.
Big Book of Terps. So what?
I would love to read that book, Al.
What is next? As far as is there going to be a part 2, or is there going to be?
Yeah. So right now I'm working on the second edition, and what that is going to do is it's actually going to pull out all of the flavonoid content, because I found that the flavonoid market or people who are interested in flavonoids, that demographic is not the same as the people who are interested in terpenes. So I'm pulling the flavonoid content from the book. I'm replacing it with 8 new terpenes that are not currently included in the book. Replacing also, I'm going to add a Chemistry 101 chapter. I think it's important for people to have a basic understanding of organic chemistry before they really tear into this. And then Susan Trapp, who is the world's leading sort of terpene expert, she's going to be writing a chapter on the most sort of cutting edge and leading recent work on the medical side of terpenes. So the Big Book of Terps is going to be devoid of flavonoids. We'll have much more content about terpenes, and at the same time, I will produce what will be called the Formidable Book of Flavonoids. That will also be a monstrous scientific text, but that will exclusively feature flavonoids. It will be probably about the same size. And then, of course, as I mentioned earlier, around this time next year, we should be ready to publish the Big Book of Keys, which is ketones, alcohols, and esters in cannabis. And I may be able to include sulfurs in that book as well, pending size restrictions. These things get a little bit out of hand, and we have to do our best to pare it down. So that's what's coming up next. Also, there is a TV show in development called Terp Talk. And I've written a suite of 18 songs that can help people to learn terpenes. So there's a song about all of the individual top 10 terpenes in cannabis, as well as some songs about like mother compounds and flavonoids overall, and a song about what we were talking about earlier in the show, about not needing cannabis at all to get these terpenes.
So you're a very musical person as well.
I like cannabis.
Right on. Dale, you two could collaborate in some songs.
Some terp songs.
Some terpene songs.
Terpene songs.
It's called Terptunes.
Terptunes. Dale's not even unmuting his mic now. I guess he forgot he was supposed to be doing the grow segment tonight.
Yeah, no grow segments tonight. No, Darcy had a stone.
Darcy got stoned. That would be a better way to put it. Darcy got stoned and couldn't be here.
He showed us pictures.
Did you see the picture of that stone?
I told him to get another one and make her a set of earrings.
Oh, fuck.
Polish
it looks pretty painful, though.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to do that.
No, it's pretty jagged.
He's had so much practice with them, though.
Oh, I know he's got bad luck with them.
It's not bad luck. He knows how to not get them, but after a month, he'll stop, and then they come back. It's just, I don't even have sympathy for him anymore because it's self-inflicted.
Food related.
It's not food related. He has supplements that he can take that'll stop him from getting them.
Oh, okay.
Right, but they're not cheap supplements, so he cheaps out. Doesn't want to spend the money. He figures he's all better. Then it comes back.
We should set up a GoFundMe page for Darcy's stones.
Yeah, Darcy's Stone Fund. Then everybody thinks that he's just buying pot with it.
So we're just wasting air now. Is there anything that you want to add specifically?
No, because Hey,
hey,
stop right now.
Hey,
Because before the show, you said, you guys stop talking about that, save it for the show, and now you're not even going to let us talk about it?
Of course I was. Of course I was going to just ask him if there was anything specific that he wanted to bring up, like maybe he was doing a conference or going somewhere to speak, or, you know.
He's speaking right now, but I still want the because I don't know, does the book have anything on hashining, or?
I think it has a cursory mention here or there, but it was very new at the time. I mean, we're talking just this
Within the
past
last
fall.
2 years, yeah.
Oh, right. No, that was for the sulfur with abstracts this fall. So there's a mention, but there's not a big focus because there isn't any research. So there isn't much that I could say about it that would be approaching it from factual place.
Right.
There's a lot of
So just to,
in this, though.
Yeah, but just to catch people up that are listening now, we're talking about a new terpene that they've identified called hashinine, but it's only identified in hash that comes from Morocco and only processed in a certain way. And yeah, obviously there's not enough research on it, but it's a very unique smell. Even if it's a combination of the other terpenes with this, I don't know. They say that it's its own separate terpene. It's possible, but it's a unique smell. I love it.
Interesting.
It's one of my favorites.
My mom always loved the smell of cannabis. She just, I think mostly the skunk smell. Why is it that most cannabis has a skunky smell to it? Is that a specific terpene or something that's involved there?
It looks like that's a sulfur. That's the work that Abstracts has recently produced this fall and published. Whether all varieties that have that skunky smell are due to the sulfur, we don't know yet, but it's certainly possible. But we know for sure at this stage that at least some of that skunky scent of some varieties is due to sulfurs.
Huh. Well, that's something that's new to learn, that's for sure.
Right. Yeah.
And sulfurs are very, very potent. Like when you light a sulfur match, it's like instant, right?
True. Yeah.
What were you going to say, Marcel?
I was reading the comments there. I'll show you this comment from Alexis.
Cool.
So she wants to hook up with you, I think.
Cool.
There you go.
Just for some.
You can find them on LinkedIn, I'm sure.
You can find, yeah, and you can find them at the Big Book of Terps.
Right, Russ at thebigbookofterps.com.
That makes it easy.
Yep.
Oh, we got more comments here.
Yeah, I know. We have people in here listening that aren't participating that also comment, but their comments show up in the different spots. We've got to go back and forth to 2 different places to look at comments here.
Yeah.
Which only confuses some of us some of the time. Where are we? 9:33.
Yeah.
Got any more cool shit, or? I got some news we can always talk about.
Sure.
I don't know. Does Russ want to stay around, or does Russ want to bail out?
It's up to Russ.
Sure, I'll stick around.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's go take a look at Mike Tyson's new venture.
Yep.
Mike Tyson's teaming up with Click to launch a cannabis mouth spray.
Saw that this morning.
And that's awesome. I mean, I was making buccal sprays, 10, 15 years ago.
Isn't that the best way to administer? Under the tongue? In the mouth?
No, not necessarily.
Up the bum?
Well, that's one way. It depends on what you're looking for and what you want. Buccal sprays.
Where you want it to go to.
Right. With buccal sprays, you got to look at, a lot of times it's going to be an alcohol base as a tincture. or an emulsion base as an oil. So you're either going to get a mouthful of oil, or you're going to get a mouthful of alcohol.
Not necessarily either.
I'm not sure what Click is doing yet, because I haven't gotten there, because it takes forever to load this page. But what can happen is you can get a quicker response with a buccal spray, because if you put it into a capsule and you swallow it, then you've got to wait for the enzymes in your stomach to break down the capsule. Then you've got to wait for the cannabinoids to get into your small intestine for the uptake of the lipids that are carrying the cannabinoids. That's why it can take 45 minutes to an hour, whereas a buccal spray, especially with an alcohol, as bad as it is quicker. It has a much faster uptake, and it's more cerebral than physical. So it depends on what you're looking for. But their mouth spray is going to have a bottle that contains 375 milligrams, and each spray has 5 milligrams of an orange punch flavor, and is said to take effect in about 7 or 8 minutes.
I'd like to try that. That'd be good for neuropathic pain.
So what I would suggest is with something like that, one spray and wait and see.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it comes down to it. Very likely, it's going to be a distillate, so it's not going to have the same effect as a whole plant extract would. But I wouldn't jam 7 sprays into your mouth first time.
That sounds like something you could make your own pretty quickly.
Like I said, I was doing this 10, 15 years ago.
Well, I've been making tinctures for a while too, as you know. I've got the
But no, I was doing
and
buccal sprays in little 5 milliliter bottles.
I've been doing just the drops. I used to make. That's what I started making, was drops. Right.
All right. What else is new in the news? A couple arrested after baby reportedly test positive for cannabis, and each parent was charged.
Conversation with parents before.
Yeah, each parent charged with chemical endangerment by exposing a child to an environment where drugs are used.
Damn terpenes.
This, of course, happened in Alabama, and it was a couple 20s. They've been charged with felony chemical endangerment after their 1-year-old tested positive for cannabis.
We've heard this story a few times.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't anything new. You got kids, keep your cannabis away from your kids. Yeah, you keep your Tide Pods away from your kids, I hope, and your floor cleaner and everything else. Why not keep your cannabis away from your kids, especially edibles? Because even though the legal market says you can't put packaging that would be enticing to kids, the black market still can do whatever the hell they want. So a lot of them will look exactly like kids' candies. So if it's got cannabis, lock it up. Don't be stupid. Yeah, that's an old story. No, that's a new story.
But we've heard about it before.
Old story, many times.
We've had a couple of parents on the show that have been charged with things like that before.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's something that Russ might feel the need to join in. There's a lot of talk now in the news about cannabis and COVID. Truth, no truth from your research and stuff like that. Do you think that this could be something that's very serious? I know they're working on it in Israel, where they work on things like that.
I mean, I think what happened with the recent stories about cannabis and COVID is typical of the industry and media in general. Is something was seized upon without having all the facts, and also was seized upon by people who aren't trained to understand the facts and to report on them in the first place. So is there potential for cannabis compounds to be used to treat COVID? Yes. Are we close to that? No. It's very similar to many of the things like I report on in the book, where yes, this was done in a laboratory. Cool, super fascinating, major implications. Can we actually apply it in human medicine? And often the answer isn't even no, it's the processes required to find out are too cumbersome. So it's likely that
it's not worth the money to spend, is what it is.
That could be the biggest part of it, but it's also likely that something else will happen before a particular cannabinoid-based medicine might be available. I think the cannabis industry has a habit of really wanting to believe that cannabis is the savior, and I think that's honorable. And I've made a career of cannabis. My life has been about cannabis for 33 years now. I've been working with cannabis since starting, selling as a kid, street kid, nickel and dime bag. And so I understand, cannabis for me is a savior. Like, I don't know what my life would have become without cannabis, and certainly don't want to imagine life without cannabis. But the tendency to just want to assume that cannabis is the savior and is going to save us from cancer and COVID is
because it's the big story
wrong.
now. Yeah, it's the big story now. So quick change of pace here. Okay. What about psilocybin and other mushrooms and things like that? Are there terpenes and flavonoids and?
Oh, there's flavors to mushrooms. It's called shit.
Of course there is. But do they have the same kind of chemical makeup as?
No, I don't think that they do. I think they're quite different. I assume that they must have terpenes, but we're probably not talking along the same lines. But I really don't know. I haven't studied that aspect of mushrooms. I did study mycology a bit when I was younger and experimented with lots of different and sort of funky types of mushrooms outside of the psilocybin range. So I don't know exactly what those compounds are. I think it's important that we start to take a look because we know this as good medicine, and it needs to be available to the people as soon as possible. And the way that we're going to be able to do that is talk scientifically about it.
We're actually doing trials in Canada.
Trials right now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
for mental
and
health.
we have Oregon and Colorado where you can buy cannabis, mushroom edibles. I recently flew to Colorado. I work for a cannabis consulting firm in Colorado, and we had a company Christmas party, and we're able to freely consume different mushroom products and had a fantastic time. So this is already happening. And Mitch Earlywine, who I talked about earlier, who wrote the foreword for the book, he does a lot of work in this regard. So if you don't already follow him, you should check out his work. That's Mitch Earlywine. He's the
do me a favor and send me his information, because that's somebody that I want to follow and have on the show.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, because we're going to ask him about terpenes and mushrooms. You know that.
There we go. Well, we do know a few people that will know the answer to those questions, but because they're still illegal, even though they're in the industry, they can't come out and talk about it, which sucks. It's like back 15 years ago with pot.
Right.
Shut up and just use it.
But in some countries, there's still a lot of those researchers that can't come out and talk.
Oh yeah. For sure. We just have to tap into that. We haven't really tried to tap into that market quite yet, but we're gonna
get the researchers that are feeding the other researchers in legal countries. But more and more countries are becoming legal. I mean,
okay.
I have never expected Thailand to do it. So,
Dale, I'm playing it right now. Just a sec. This is something that Dale's trying to come up with.
What?
I bet he didn't think I could play that through. That's really good, bud.
We should get Dale on the show.
Yeah, we should have Dale on the show sometime. So we'll play that when he's done doing his thing.
We'll make him play it live.
Oh yes, we will.
On the show.
Yeah. With a full band and everything.
Maybe we'll have Russ join him. What do you play,
So,
Russ?
Yeah, what do you play?
Several different things, but mostly guitar.
Oh yeah.
I dabble.
Yep.
I play a few things, but nothing really. Yeah, I just play for fun. That was recorded with COVID. He said.
That's how he got that scratchy voice.
Yeah, there you go. Jamming with
Yeah.
Jail. Yeah. Yeah.
That's why he's got his mic muted, because he's got that scratchy voice.
Scratchy
I
voice.
think it's awesome. That's why I keep trying to make him talk.
Raspy. When I first started doing, when you start doing stuff like that, you want to try and find a voice. And the guy I was doing the show with, Dave, he had a booming DJ voice. He was the DJ at a big club here in Toronto. So I started talking like this, but nobody liked it. It was like, I don't know.
You don't like it?
It worked for Wolfman Jack back in the day,
Yeah.
But
now you're just copying Wolfman Jack.
no, I'm just me.
Got to be yourself, man. Be yourself.
So, Russ, do me a favor and tell folks where they can find you, your socials, all that stuff. Once again, please.
Cool. Yeah. My full name is Russ Hudson. I'm pretty easily found with any search term related to my name and cannabis or marijuana. I'm on LinkedIn and Facebook, Instagram. The book is hosted on my website, thebigbookofterps.com. And people are free to reach out to me at russ@thebigbookofterps.com.
And if you want to be a guest on the show, hit one of us up. We're easy to find. Just look up the 420 Radio Show or 420radio.ca. What else you got, Marcel?
This one's funny.
Okay.
Not kind of funny. Here's a funny bit of news for you. In Australia during the pandemic, a lot of places have been shut down, and a gentleman that owned a Titanic-themed restaurant in Australia came to check on his property and right away called the cops. And had the cops come because he has no idea how 200 plants ended up on the roof of his restaurant. So growers in Australia have been using the lockdowns to their advantage, and they're going to the roofs of these buildings that aren't being occupied and growing cannabis on the roofs. So that one had 200. How many plants did they get away with? I think it's hilarious.
How many haven't been planned? How many haven't been found?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a pretty ingenious idea.
I remember a story a few years ago in Concord, I think. There was a donut shop that was turned into. Do you remember where the original Eddie Shack donut shop was in? Was it Concord or something like that?
I don't.
Anyways,
no, because I didn't hang out in Toronto.
Somewhere near there was a restaurant that was just going about their business, and then eventually somebody saw the lights on above. They were growing. There was hundreds of plants upstairs above this restaurant for years and years and years. They were growing up there. I don't know if the restaurant's still there anymore.
That's like the picture you see on Facebook all the time. Every once in a while, it's a house in England that they got busted because they were growing in the attic of the house, but it was in a townhouse and it snowed.
It just went right through.
No, all the snow over their grow house, because the ceiling's going to be heated from all the lights, had no snow on it, but the neighbors on either side have like 6 inches of snow, and that's how they ended up getting busted. That's
how they found out they were growing at the old Molson Brewery as well. They started seeing things like that.
Yeah, areas where there's no snow on the roof when there should be. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an easy way to find a grow in the wintertime.
That's one of the techniques they use in Alaska and up there in the north. They find grow ops, or they used to find grow ops that way very easily. Yeah.
Alaska, they don't have to worry about it anymore. That's why they developed autoflower strains, was for up north.
How many states are now legal?
I was looking at the map the other day. There's very few that there's. I'll tell you.
You don't know off by hand, Russ?
I think there was 37 that last count.
And how many states are there?
50.
Oh, 50. Yeah.
52,
50,
isn't it?
Right, 52.
50. Yeah, 50 or 52.
So that's not even 40 out of 52, we'll say. That's not a lot.
Okay,
in 2022.
Right. What they have is they have it broken down as legal for recreational use, legal for medical use, because there's a lot of the states still have medical programs,
right,
but not a recreational. Then they have
you got
the illegal
18
states,
recreational.
and then they have states that have it decriminalized. Even though it's illegal, it's been decriminalized, which means you just get a fine instead of going to jail for 20 years for possession type thing.
The sniff fine.
But does it give me numbers? This, of course, is Wikipedia.
Yeah, 37 states, including the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, have some type of regulated cannabis use, and then 18 of those are recreational.
Yeah.
So that leaves like a dozen or so states that are still have nothing.
Well, let's see. There's like Texas is illegal. The Carolinas are illegal.
California is legal, but and has the weed traffic calmed down between California and Mexico now, or is it still going full?
It's actually been reversing. I just attended a webinar last week with Steve D'Angelo and several folks from Mexico talking about what's happening in Mexico, and they were commenting specifically about the reversal of that flow, and that now a lot of U.S. weed is making its way into Mexico.
That must be upsetting the cartels big time.
Well, we can hope.
I mean,
they've just started going legal anyway. So
right, Mexico's doing their own legal process, or they're going to have to fight with the cartels for that piece of the pie.
And Jamaica is doing the back and forth with Canadian weed, right? Are they not? I thought we were talking about that like a year or two ago.
And that's still up in the air. I mean, COVID threw a wrench into everything because it shut down almost everything for the last 2 fucking years.
Yeah, I keep forgetting about
right, and that's kind of screwed everything. So a lot of deals that were going to happen 2 years ago aren't going to happen now because of this shit.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of businesses that are have gone down or are going to go down because of COVID, because of the whole legalization process up here as far as cannabis goes as well. They're starting to drop like flies right now. You know,
what are dropping like flies?
What's that?
What's dropping like flies? The
cannabis businesses. Yeah, in Canada.
Yeah, we're you're going to see
the honeymoon is over.
Well, no, I saw an interesting thing here that Freya, Broken Coast, 2 other ones now have kind of combined for their medical program.
Hexo has just kicked a bunch of people out.
Right, but what you're going to see is you're going to start seeing a lot of these cannabis companies like Broken Coast and Freya and these ones coming together with their products to make a complementary product line. So they're pushing now for the medical market, which everybody fucking ignored when legalization came out. They started realizing they need the medical market. So they're now combined forces so that where the medical you can only order from one LP, well, you can now order from this LP that actually is being supplied by 3 other LPs. Right?
Alexis,
and I think you're going to start seeing a lot more of that.
I think that like I said, the honeymoon is over, and we're going to start seeing some of the sticker arounders not really sticking around.
I want to read what her comment is.
That's why I put it up.
Because she's from Iowa. So states like Iowa might as well not have a medical marijuana program at all. It caps at 3 grams per 3 grams per 90 days? No, you mean 3 grams per day. No, 3 grams for 90 days. Who does that? So not every state that has a program can be counted as having a 6. Well, that's definitely not even a program. 3 grams.
They also don't allow flower.
That's just a way to collect some taxes. That's really
But that's a
all
gram a month.
Yep.
A gram a month.
Yep.
I have a
the
license
cannabis
for
preparation.
I have a gram for 30 grams a day.
I get 3 grams a day.
I get 30 a day for my condition. For 90. Oh, yeah. Iowa shouldn't even say they've got a medical marijuana program. They've got nothing.
I've actually tried the 3 grams a day thing, and I do okay.
Yeah.
I do all right. I usually only have maybe 6, 7 a day, anyways.
I could do 3 grams a day concentrate.
Yeah.
Wait, that's what I do, is 3 grams a day of concentrate.
Yeah, but that's not what they mean. I guess that's what they mean. 3 grams is 3 grams.
No, they're saying 3 grams for 90 days.
Dried flower.
No,
even
Oh, okay.
but
That doesn't
even
matter.
concentrate.
Yeah.
90 days, a gram a month of concentrate. Yeah, how do you divide that up? In capsules, 1 milligram capsules.
Wow, that's not right at this time and day, where
Definitely
cannabis is pretty much, well, was the number one subject in the world.
Yeah.
Now not so much, but it's there.
Yeah, it's in Canada, it's kind of been screwed with legalization because the medical side has been pushed back. And Alexa says that's dried flour.
Jeez.
That's 3 grams of dried flour.
Yeah, really, Dale? Dale says he smokes a gram.
Iowa does
morning
not
coffee.
allow dried flower. They only allow cannabis preparations. It's 4.5 grams, but there's a waiver that you can get if your practitioner says that you need more. So 4.5 grams of cannabis preparations, but no flower is permitted in Iowa at all.
Wow.
So 4.5 grams of
The
cannabis
lack of
preparations
education,
every
yeah,
90
that's
days,
for sure.
unless
Yeah.
you get a waiver.
My doctor would create some waves signing my prescription in Iowa. No, he needs that every 3 days, not every 90 days.
I don't know. 3 grams would last me of oil would last me a month. Sure, it would.
Dale says he smokes a gram with his with his morning coffee.
Yeah, exactly.
Dale, I smoke 3 joints before I make coffee.
Yeah, it's the first thing I do when I wake up. Although, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I don't need it right away.
See, if I don't smoke 3 joints, I can't move my joints enough to get pill bottle open to take a capsule.
I can't eat unless I've had 2 or 3 doobies before I can eat. Yeah. So
there's
in the morning, anyways.
In Canada, because of legalization, it kind of screwed the medical patients. Well, it didn't kind of screw it. Definitely screwed the medical patients because all of the producers went after the medical market or the recreational market and left the patients with nothing. Now they're trying to recoup those patients, which is the opposite of what I told them all to fucking do to begin with. But they don't listen to me, so they can learn from their mistakes.
So says Marcel, and that is our time for tonight.
Yeah.
I don't
Russ,
know what
been awesome having you on here.
Russ just fell.
I lost my camera.
He fell off his bong.
Man down.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It's been
You're
fun.
very welcome.
Oh,
Russ.
it's been a blast.
Please come and say hi again, and let us know when you've got your new books coming up. Sure,
Cool.
Marcel would love a copy.
We'll be looking for you for that show too.
For sure. And do me a favor, like I said, send me that contact information because I'd like to have somebody on that really knows that kind of stuff with shroomies and stuff like that.
The funkiness.
You got it.
I can't call them Zoomers. I just can't do it.
They're not Zoomers. They're just funky.
Yeah, I just can't call them Zoomer. Anyways, this is the 420 radio show. We're here Fridays 7 till 9 Eastern Standard Time. Thanks for listening. We'll be back.
We'll be back. Peace, love, and hippie shit, and all that other stuff.
All righty, man. Take care.
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not? I'm trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with, and then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to glass blowing today here at the workshop of the Happle. The creators of the Happle, Dave and Masta, are here with me today. We're going to watch them create some glass products, including we're going to go through the steps of the Happle with Dave.
For example, not quite roundish looking balls. That can't be called oranges because oranges are circular, so you're reduced to looking at it going, you know what? It's kind of a pear. No, you know what? It's an apple. It's an apple, right? Right? Because guess what? Nobody actually has a definition of what an apple shape is.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
And there's thousands of different breeds of apples, right?
Correct.
And so a little bit interesting. The only reason why they're apples is because of the fact that I got away with making oblong shaped circles. That's literally the why I do it that way.
One day he said, "Hey, that looks like an apple."
Yeah. And you don't have to worry about a consistent shape if you're calling
That's
an
right.
apple, right?
That's right. And I can tell you, there is no consistency in the last 10,000.
Everyone is its own.
I bet you can find two that are the same in 10,000.
Not if you pull out the calipers. No. No. To this day, every single one is hand blown and eyeballed. I'll show and demonstrate that to you. I actually don't use a mold or a template or anything like that.
Yeah.
I had to start doing it just to make sure that it fits in the box.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can't get too big, right? But that's about it. But yeah, and that's the only reason why I've been able to make so many of them, or else I go dumb.
Yeah, the apple. Very popular.
Have you got a box there you can show, Al?
Of the apple?
Yeah. There you go. There's a apple.
Yeah, this is the apple here. Right?
Yes, that is the apple there.
Okay. And there's a stem, just like on any apple.
Yeah.
Right?
That stem essentially. Okay, so this, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles. Okay. Soft drinks, glass bottles. We used to take a little pebble or a dime. We used to stick into the glass bottle. We used to use a lighter, heat up one corner of it, which is
got to do it again.
Evening out the wall thickness in the kiln, right?
Right.
But we heat up one little corner of it, stress out one little spot of the bottle, and then if we do it in the right way and do the right tap, the pebble or the dime that's in the bottle will pop a hole out of the side of the bottle, and then therefore you can take your bottle, stick your joint or your cigarette with a little bit of hash on it into the bottle, and it was called a bottle toke.
Yep.
Yes.
This is a bottle toker. This is your cigarette.
Yep.
But you don't have to use a cigarette anymore. You can just place your hash on here and put it into here. It fills up, and then you just pull it through there. Now, part of the reason why this has been great is for so many people who used to use this old style technique, but you can really only do it with cigarettes.
Yeah.
Right?
Because
you couldn't do it with joints. People claim that they can do it with joints, but they're lying. Okay, it's not possible. It was always tobacco, right? And then so as guys got older and you had to quit smoking, you weren't able to do bottle tokes anymore because you were smoking. You just didn't want to have cigarettes around, right? So a lot of people had to give up hash because of the fact that they couldn't do any of it. So when we came up with this, it allowed more of the original old-timey smokers to be able to experience and enjoy hash for the first time without having to dilute it with tobacco, dry cannabis.
Yeah, and I'm a person that doesn't smoke tobacco, so I wouldn't want tobacco.
No, and so you never would have had a bottle toke.
Yeah,
that would never have been something that you would have appealed to you, right? You're like, no, I don't want the tobacco.
And when I did have one, it was and then with cannabis, then you've got your cannabis included in your hash, so then you're not getting that. Just if you want just that hash taste.
Well, what you're doing is you're making your cannabis a little stronger, but you're making your hash a lot weaker because you're just adding. It's
here's an interesting development within the legal market that's kind of it kind of dovetails nicely into the hash devices. Is right now within the legal market, there's such a competition between the stores to attract and keep customers. They're doing everything they possibly can to keep them to come around. And what that usually means is that they're trying to get their customers as medicated or as high as possible, thinking that that's the best way to retain a customer. Is that fair? Right?
Some people THC is the main thing, correct?
Yeah.
For some people, yes.
So with something like this, we want to be able to provide them with a device that by the time they start smoking hash, they're already moved past dry flower, one strain at a time. They've moved into the pre-rolls, which are infused.
Yeah.
So the pre-roll dry tobacco or dry cannabis infused with this, infused with that, laced like dusted with this and that.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Right?
The kiff.
Well, the whole part of that new smokers lose is they lose the experience of learning about the different strains of cannabis and the effects of individual strains. Because everyone's getting a salad joint, as what we used to call it, right? Yeah. So no one had an idea of what strain did what because you don't know, right?
Especially on pre-rolls, they don't normally tell you what the strain is.
No, absolutely.
They might say premium cannabis.
Yeah.
Well, what the hell is that?
So what customers are coming in, they're buying single strains. It's not doing it for them. So now whether they turn to their bud tender, ask for recommendations, bud tenders always turn to an infused pre-roll. Because that's great bang for your buck from a consumer perspective, from a bud tender perspective. But what that's done is created this whole step in the cannabis community that everyone has skipped in the new legal market, because in the old market, we had no choice but to try all the different dry flowers. We had no choice but to get one or two strains at a time.
If you don't like it, you mix it.
What's that, Al?
And if you don't like it, you mix it.
Yeah, exactly. And if you didn't like it, you go back to your dealer.
Or you wait till next week.
Or you go to your
Next
dealer.
batch.
And you ask for something different. But really, it wasn't that. But now with these infused things, it's artificially gotten people more stoned without the actually understanding the benefits of indicas versus sativas. All of the stuff that the older people and all the stuff that the advocates and the educators want people to know about. So now what happens is they get tired of the pre-rolls, their taste buds and their cannabinoid receptors are all messed up because they don't know what they're getting. They can come back to a single strain of hash using one of the hash devices, right? And please, the Happle's the affordable version of it. There's lots of hash devices out there. Yeah. Right, but just an opportunity to be able to smoke a pure hash just on its own without diluting it anyway, right?
Yeah,
this would be the
first time in decades where I was able to consume just straight hash.
All right, so who has the hash?
So I a question while you guys are getting the hash.
Yeah.
What's the price range of a Apple?
Retails for $54.
Retail. Yeah.
That's very reasonable because you go and you can get just a simple bong for $120, but it's just that, right? So this is nice.
This is nice. It's just that it's hash. You can just straight hash.
I've seen Al using his. How long will a piece of hash last in that?
Well, I've learned.
Let's find out, shall we?
I have learned with mine that
I don't want to use one of the new
single
ones.
person or multiple persons would be different lengths of hash that you add to this. The amount that you put in. That's what I learned.
All right. So here, let's go through a demonstration. Oh, by the way, each one of these comes with their own set of instructions in both English and French because that's a requirement in Canada. We have to supply all advertising and literature in both official languages of Canada. So all you do is you pick your little snake, and instead of putting that into the middle of a joint, which is what I used to do, you have it on this end.
That's what I'm doing right now, buddy.
Yeah. There you go. So now what we do is we just light up the end of it, let it burn, and then it creates a little ember.
Yeah.
And the most important part of it is don't let it burn. Blow it out before putting it in, or else you could create this black mess in there.
Now, there's some hash.
So this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the concentrate. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is our form of dabbing, right?
Yeah.
We used to love it, especially the old guys that smoking 5 or 6 joints for breakfast.
Yeah.
So anyway, Al, as you can see here, it's brewing. It's filling up in this chamber. Once I get to a point where it's filled up to enough for my lungs.
Yeah.
It up, ticked a little bit,
Because you can just sip it, right?
Yeah, and then just drink it out of the straw. And then I put it back down, pulling it in, draws fresh air through it, so that way it's reloaded, reset, refills itself. If I forget about this, usually happens about the 4th or 5th one of them.
I get that.
After I've forgotten about it, it'll put itself out and it'll snuff itself out. I've anecdotally heard that this is a very efficient way to smoke your hash and consume your hash because very, very little wastage.
And it's personal. It's personal, but you can share it.
There you go.
It's like a drink. It's personal size, but you can share it around the room. I have a student glass, and you can share that for hours on end.
Right. Yeah. And then and that's it.
So when it comes to the amount of hash that you put in there, being that it'll go out
eventually, yeah.
And then you relight it. Yep. Yeah. No, I just put a big long snake into it and just forget about it. And then I'll pull on it, and then, like I said, 2 or 3 of those, and then you forget that what you were doing or what you were smoking.
Oh yeah, you don't smoke.
Not really.
No. That's right. Yeah.
He doesn't share with his underlings.
I think a joint smoker would like that.
What's that, Al?
I think a joint smoker would like that.
Oh, well, yeah, I smoke joints all the time.
There you go, Master. I'm going to drop that into there for him because, he's a special one.
He needs the fresh one.
Of course he does. He's Master.
Well, look how beautiful that waterfall is.
Yeah.
It's that's one that didn't cross quality insurance, by the way. It's all right on the side.
But those are nice if you've got five or six people sitting around and you got 5 or 6 people or 6 of those, you can just share it but not share it.
Yeah, and my whole idea with it is why share it when you can all have your own. And to your point with the party size one, any bigger than the chambers that we make is too big.
Too big.
The smoke, the hash smoke just gets stale and old, right? Like that old bomb smoke. Don't make sure you clear the bomb out.
Yeah.
Right. You know what we're doing, right?
Same thing, right?
Like, oh, look at that. That's super cool. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look. That's hash smoke. Hash smoke falls.
Yeah. And this is why you should clean your apples.
Wow. Oh, hey. For your audience.
Hey.
For your audience.
Okay.
I highly recommend that if you drink coffee, get one of these things and you fill this with ISO.
Yeah.
Right? And then when you're done with your apple for the day and night, drop it in there, close it up. And when you wake up in the morning, pull it out and you give yourself a little rinse in the water, and then you have a brand new apple for the day. Right? It'll always be clean, right? And then you just keep the lid on this, and then your alcohol will never be
That's really a cool idea. There you go. A tip. A Dave tip. An official Dave tip.
Dr. Martha Stewart.
You were talking about snail smoke and stuff. With this, when it goes out, obviously there's going to be smoke in that chamber.
That's the fastest way to make the apple dirty, is to let smoke sit in there. Because it clings to the side immediately.
Yeah.
And otherwise it just dissipates. Because as you can see, once it fills up, I don't know if you can see it on the camera or not, once it fills up, it starts to overflow.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, I got somebody.
It's starving for oxygen.
Yeah. That's what I was wondering. Like, at the end, obviously, you're going to have,
that's why there's no oxygen
enough. Yeah.
And then here's another reason. One of the things is I get a lot of criticism or questions about why this here is so loose and it rattles so much. Well, the reason for that is the airflow. Because if you had it sitting tight and not rattling, it just completely choke out and it would never stay lit.
You gotta keep some air in there.
You gotta have it. So that rattle has to happen only for it to work. So it's kind of one of those, which is a little contrary because people don't like glass rattling with it.
So well, you were just because it's gonna break, right? And then where would you get another stem?
if you break your stem,
Swagshop.org.
yeah, or you message me.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll do a call out and I'll encourage people to message me whenever they have a broken stem.
Yeah.
Mainly because of the fact that I'm doing impromptu quality assurance.
Right.
Right. The number of stems I have to send out as a replacement would generally tell me whether or not this is a viable product. Right.
Yeah.
And I give replacement stems out pretty much for free. And I can still do that because I only get one in maybe 1,000 every few months. And it's never, but it's always because of negligence, right?
Now, people can lose them.
Yeah.
Or drop them.
Yeah, and as far as for someone to replace that stem, they have to get a hold of you. Very kind of, unless you've got them available in the store.
They are available.
They're separately.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're available individually, but realistically, it's so hard to put a price on that little stem.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because that little stem, in my mind, that's the secret to it. You can take that stem and use it wherever you want to. Mm-hmm. So the value of that stem is actually quite high towards the whole value of the whole piece. But I'm hard pressed to charge $25 for a replacement stem, right? It just doesn't make sense. Right. And then at the same time, like, I don't know. I have no idea. It hasn't, like 1 in 1,000 every few months is probably like, that means I'm sending out 10 or 15, right? It's not a big deal at all, right? So anyway.
Crap.
Hash hits different.
So it does.
Yeah. This is the point of the video, Al, where you start recording faster, maybe. Jump up. Yeah. Use that 30 frames per second George Miller shit.
Now, let's see where else we can go with this. As far as so these are available.
Take a moment, Al.
So, as far as the retail stores, they could be available are they just available in Ontario retail stores?
Everywhere.
Everywhere, so right across the country?
Yep.
So for people to go into the stores, see if they're there, ask if they're not there, and maybe they'll bring them in.
I have a question. Can you bang a nail in with a apple like you did with the other thing?
Sure. Let's. I'll get you that apple right now. Yeah. We'll send you that video. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. We certainly can. Yes, we do.
I think he's looking for one.
Oh, maybe.
I know that I've taken my apple on the road with me quite a few times. So what's that?
Now I know, and I know how I did the full-on block when I said I didn't want to talk about this, but I will talk about it a little bit. The next iteration that both Master and I are working on our own versions of it. Water filtered hash devices.
Oh.
So water filtration. Yeah. So this is particularly my design. It's called the Drew Dot. And it looks a little bit, it's supposed to look like an egg in honor of the egg farming that happens here, but nobody sees the egg. I know. I'm pretty. And then I like that with the egg. With the good black drop.
Yeah.
You know?
Did you think you would be modeling today, Dave?
It's got the percolator in the bottom.
It's got the percolator in the model. And the whole the secret with this one is that this chamber here acts as the internal apple.
Right.
So that chamber is where the smoke fills up, and then you put water in the bottom so that it filters through.
And bubbles.
Yeah, I found it very smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're trying it. Yeah.
Well, when I received it, I waited 5 days before I used it. So
Okay.
my first toke, everybody got to see the first time I used it in the video when we did the broadcast.
Oh, good.
And it was very smooth. Oh,
Don't hurt yourself, please.
here.
Let's try this.
Okay. To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Lower. No. Okay, hang on.
Get the
I'm going to turn this. Okay.
No, you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
You just cut it out yourself, Pastor.
Oh no!
Okay, all right. It broke, but how many times? How many times did you hit that for something that wasn't designed to do that with?
Oh, those weren't test taps before? Then he just would tap, tap, tap.
Well,
tap,
any tap.
tap.
Any tap.
You know who's really good at those stuff?
I'm gonna try it again. Here we go.
All right, I'll do it once more, and this time I'm only going to hit it 5 times.
Five. Okay, we're gonna hit an apple on the nail.
That's great.
Okay, all right, that's great. Holy Jesus!
How do you know what? You need to learn to count, mister.
There you go. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So, I mean, it's nice to see that because, a lot of people, one of the reasons they don't use pipes is because you drop them and they break.
So this tube is for the Happle body. That tube is for the mouthpiece. And this glass rod here is what I make the stems with.
Cool.
They come in 5-foot lengths. And we get them from Nortel Manufacturing in Markham, Ontario, Scarborough, Ontario. What I've got is set up a section of the tube. I take one of the long tubes and I break it in half. So I use half a section at a time. I plug up one hole on it and I put a mouthpiece on that. And a mouthpiece on the other side. They're hooked up to these blow hoses connected to this valve, which allows me to control which side I blow into. I've got a glass, the tube on this end, which is what I use as a blow tube or a handle, which I'll show you when I take it off. And here's the raw glass on this side. Now, these are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the happles. And then the only other thing I have is this piece of glass here, which I use to pick molten glass off so I don't have to do it with my fingers.
Makes sense.
Which you're not supposed to do, I learned. This Bunsen burner acts like the oven, and what it does is heats up the glass and gets it to a minimum temperature so that it doesn't blow up or crack when the higher temperature of the torch gets on it. First thing I've done is open up a hole on this main tube so I can connect it to this smaller tube. At this point, the glass is heated up enough, so I'll turn the Bunsen burner off. Connect the 2 pieces of glass together. Once it's fused, I'll puff into it to make sure that it doesn't collapse on itself.
Because as glass heats up and becomes molten, it wants to condense on itself. So it's always collapsing. So one of the things I'm doing with the blowing of into the blow hose is to keep it from collapsing and closing itself off. Now what I have set up right now is I have a tube with hoses hooked up on both ends, a valve to be able to control which side I blow into so that I can control which way the pressure goes in. Not as big a deal on these pieces. Becomes more important as you get into larger, complicated pieces like the new drum. In our shop, sometimes when we turn our bigger flame on, it creates a popping sound, so we have a tendency to say fire in the hole, fire. And I didn't create a pop, which is great. You can edit in the sound effect later. I say Roger Rabbit. Wow. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to heat up a section of this glass here. And you'll see here I have a little template that I've taped here. And my template, you'll notice that this tool is the right width for the length as well as the width of the handle. So I look at that, make sure that this thing is still the same size. I do this every time because for some reason I'm worried that this tool will change size. Once I've gotten it hot and molten enough, I'll start puffing it out to shape and form the bottom of the apple, of the first apple. Yeah.
Right there, yeah.
You want to slide that on now if you want to. Yeah. It'll help to cut that glare out a little bit.
There you go. What Dave was mentioning was this device right here. I got in my hand, and what it allows me to do is to watch the flame. Because that can filters out the yellow. Filters out the sodium. Yeah, which can be end up where you get, well, I guess it's not like a welding flash or anything. Yeah.
So you'll notice here I formed the bottom half of the apple. I made it about 2/3 of the size I want it to be using my template. Use my template this way. Now I know how long it's supposed to be. I've got that section there earmarked out for this particular apple. And then now what I'm going to do is heat up the whole piece. And then at that mark, this mark here, I'll pinch it down, puff into it a little bit to start that apple growing. It's kind of interesting. I actually watched a bunch of YouTube time-lapse videos of apples actually growing because that's kind of what it was. It didn't help, but it was cool to see.
So that is extremely hot.
Oh, yes. What's the temperature when glass is molten, Master? 2,500 to 3,000. 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So now I puffed it in, I puffed it out. You'll see it's about the width that I want it to be at, the height that I want it to be at, but the shaping is not quite there, so I'll go back in briefly, heat up the bottom of it, just the bottom half of the apple. That's where I use this tool, brace it. And what I'm doing is I'm pushing it against the glass I don't want to move so that it'll cool faster, so the glass that's still hot moves more. So there's my, pretty much the apple, kind of like it. The bottom could be a little bit more puffed out, so I will keep that bottom a little bit more. Puff and blow it out. That's my first one in this string. I'll go in. Now I'm going to pinch off the top to create the top opening as well as the bottom of the next one. So I'll do that. This tube here is thicker, so instead of, if I condense it down, it's going to be too thick there relative to the rest of the handle. So I actually do a combination of condensing and stretching to maintain the wall thickness of the glass. Try to keep that wall thickness as consistent as possible. Now that I've gotten that kind of thinned out, I'll go in on this side and I'll pinch off to create the top of the apple. That's it. And then what that does is it also has thinned out the glass between that and the next one on the string. So I can just move down the line, set up, heat up to do the second one, which I'll do quickly.
See it swelling as I watch it through this lens.
So yeah, as I mentioned, I'm not using a template or anything like that. I'm just trying to grow out each apple out of the glass. And I only do it this way just to keep it interesting. It would be faster and easier if I used a template, but this is what's been making it somewhat interesting for the last 10,000 tries. I turn down the heat and the flame size to a smaller flame because I don't want to heat up too much of this glass, because right now I'm getting ready to pull this section off. So I'm going in, forming up that top apple there. Now I have two there. I'm more concerned about making sure they fit into the packaging, so I worry about that in terms of my diameters and parameters. Not so worried about the actual shape of each of them, mainly because most people only buy them one at a time. And as I said, I challenge anyone to find two apples.
They're the same.
No, they're the same. Now, what you'll notice I just did there was I really thinned that out, made it nice and thin, and pulled it apart so that when I rip it off and separate the two tubes, there's minimal amount of glass that's there. I'll do the same thing here. This is something that Master has asked me to do, which is to thin out that section in between the apples so that when he's working by hand, it'll be easier for him to separate out. Whereas I'm working on a machine, and essentially it allows me to take coffee breaks. Or dad breaks. So I've gone in and I've thinned out that as much as I need to, so that way when, in the next stage, when they're removed from this string, it'll be easier to cut. Finally, I'll go in on this end. I'll keep this section up here. I'll let that condense down.
It's two bottoms against each other.
Two top. Well, no, that's the bottom.
Oh, okay.
See? Apples. Thanks, Al. Thanks for measuring my point. All right. So I'll turn that off, and then I will take these two, and I'll pull them off of here, and then I'll place them over to this station here at Master.
Okay, so now they're full. So we're coming over here, and
we're going to come over here on this side. He's working off of, now what he's going to do now is he's going to finish off the apples. I'll talk it through one. You'll talk it through one of them. I'll talk it through one of them and then do the other one. Okay. Does that make sense? Yep. Right? And then that way, kind of gives you both, right?
Correct.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over from the lathe. This is to prevent condensation from building up on the inside. So it's just a quick little maneuver there to tear off a little excess glass. Blowing into the glass, I pop the hole out there, and now using graphite, I use it to open the hole up to be the exact same size as the 12.7 millimeter tube that I used to attach to it as a mouthpiece. How do I know it's the exact same size? Experience. So I have the tube here with an open end to it, and then I warm both of them up just a little bit right here, and attach it, and then I position it the way I want as the glass is cooling down. Then I choose where I want to melt the glass off, the length of the mouthpiece, which typically is going to be about 0.75 to 1 inch in length from the handle. So I break that off just like that, and using stainless steel tweezers, I just clean the end off a little bit, which makes the last step a little bit easier. Now I need to make that mouthpiece fully melted in and homogeneous with the rest of the apple. This creates the strength in the apple. Okay, gas. So I'm going to use a hand torch just to get the heat precisely where I want, because I don't need to heat very much glass here. I just need a very small section at a time. And I'm just going to work around slowly, get it all melted in, getting tiny little puffs between heats to put the glass to the position I need it to be. To melt the borosilicate glass, we use a combination of propane and pure oxygen to create the temperatures that we need. So I'm just warming the glass up just to make sure that it's all the same temperature again. This is just to prevent cracks from forming. We have a Bunsen burner in front of me here. That will heat the glass up to about 1200 to 1300 degrees. If you're not careful, that is hot enough for the glass to sort of start to bend and be a little bit malleable. So you do have to be careful to sort of keep it within the 1000 to 1200 range. Now that I have opened the hole up on the top, I'm going to heat up the glass with the flame and use my graphite to push it down and create a flat top. Now one area of the apple that needs to be consistent is the hole at the top. The top piece needs to be consistent so that stem that we've shown you fits properly and has the right amount of wiggle space. So I use another graphite reamer here, and this one has a measured line on it. So I open the top of the hole here to 14 millimeters. Once again, I'm just going to make sure that that's flat with the graphite. And then again, pushing feed into it to make sure it's all even. Now, what I need to do is open up the mouthpiece and make it functional. So to do that, I'm going to heat up a different piece of glass that's in my right hand now. I'm going to get it to be molten hot, whereas the glass that's in my left hand, it's going to be technically cold, but really it's going to be like 1000 degrees. But compared to the 2.5 or 3000 degrees that this side was cold, relatively speaking. So now I'm going to allow that heat line to dissipate, which will create stress and allow me to snap it off a very nice, clean way right there. Now, if I just left that, it would have been razor sharp. So a little bit of flame goes a long way. Now, once again, bring heat in, introduce it to the glass, bring it all up to the same temperature. And then when I'm ready, I'm going to use tongs covered in Kevlar to hold the piece of work and melt it off. This is why the step that Dave took earlier for me is so important. I'm not able to manipulate the glass very effectively in the tongs, so the less amount of turning that I can do, the better off I am. Now I need to make the bottom flat, so I'm going to spin it around, and once it's all hot here, I'm going to once again use graphite to bring it down and flatten it off. And there you have it, a finished apple.
Thanks, Master. I'm going to go through making stems. Here's that long piece of rod. 8 millimeters in diameter is the one I like to use for the stems for the apple. Just going to break this down really quickly in half. So a little bit more manageable for my short little arms. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. So I'll get a section of it hot like this and molten, pull it out of the flame, and then I'm squeezing it together to make that rounded disc. Okay? Second step after that is I will take and pull out the end that I'm going to form the little wedge side of it where you attach your hash. And what I'll do with that is I'll rip this off, set this aside for the next one, use my handy trusted butter knife that forced my wife to have to buy a whole new set because she was missing a butter knife. And I'll just take it and I'll press in that little wedge in that, or as has also been described, a little butt crack. And that little butt crack there will sit in there. Heat it up a little bit just to quickly even out the temperature on that. Switch hands, place this, have these tongs here. I bent them, especially made them so they'll grab the piece. I will heat up this end, which is the end side that I will use, and press into a leaf. And it turns out that Master had bought this little pair of tweezers that have a little pattern on them, and I've been using these for every single apple stem. Take it, do a half cut, and that squishes it up to form that leaf pattern. There you are. Set that down, and then I can make 10,000 more of those. And
awesome. Awesome.
And that's the steps to making a apple.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Do you make colored ones, Dave?
Yeah, we do.
Okay,
but
cool.
The colored ones and the colored ones, we don't make very many of them because of the fact that the price point changes.
Yeah.
Right, and it's just you see the process. We're doing this all day long, every day.
Yeah. Yep.
300 a week, right? So that's just all we do, and hey, can't complain about it. At the same time, it's definitely not quite. This is not the glassblower's dream, but I mean, really,
you're producing these in your shop out back.
We waited till we hit 10,000 before announcing the licensing agreement because you know what? At 10,000, I think I'm allowed to do whatever the fuck I want.
You sold 10,000 then.
We've made way more than that, but we've sold out the door.
Correct.
10,000. That doesn't even account for Masters hash kettles and hash landers. We're only talking about the nugs haffle.
Right.
We're not even talking about the haffles before the nugs. These are strictly just the ones
Just
for the overlord.
just the haffle.
Just the ones for the overlord. Right. Which is wonderful, right?
Mhm.
Love them. I love my overlords very much. Overlords. Overlords.
And as we haven't really mentioned, as you can see, you can use, well, this is the dewdrop. You can use it as an E now.
With an E now.
A dab rig.
Yeah.
And the point of the dewdrop was to provide that option for the consumer who doesn't dab very often. Right? It's for those people who prefer hash, prefer joints, but they'll do the occasional dab and things like that. That's why we built this, and that's why we released this, is because we want to give that option to people without having to outlay a lot of money.
Now, did I see a video as well that you can do hash in there?
Yep.
You can do dabs.
Yep.
Now, did I see you put a banger in there as well as a bowl?
Yeah.
For smoking herb?
Yeah, but sure. Yeah. But I argue you're going backwards. Sure, you can smoke flour out of this thing. Oh, why? When you can smoke hash.
But it's the multi-tool. It's the Swiss knife.
We're trying to make it to be that way.
Yeah.
Right? It's just a daily driver. But most people have a preference. Right? They have their preference on how they like to consume. And the whole idea, as we talked about earlier, about the idea about class being one of the cleanest delivery devices for cannabis, or for really a lot of things, right? For anything, really, right? We're really hoping that this the Drew drop is going to be something that gives that person their regular option in addition to all of the other things for once in a while, right? Because very rarely do people smoke flour, hash, and dabs out of the exact same piece.
Well,
the taste
exactly.
is really weird. It tastes really weird.
If you're doing it in a vaporizer, especially some of those old style ones, that was a mess.
Right, it's a mess, and so therefore, right, so that's why I'm like, no, you don't want to.
Yeah, this gives you the base. People have to have their own adapters.
Is it the ideal dab rig? Possibly for the right person, right? But there's so many different designs out there. This is really just meant to give, you know what? In a pinch, here you go. This is your daily driver.
Yeah. It's your daily smoker. That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Right. It's going to retail for $100. It's a bigger investment than the Apple is, but with the water filtration and the fact that you can use it for any form of consumption, we're hoping that that'll justify the pricing for it.
Yeah.
Right. And really, right now, the last thing people need is a fancy marble on the side of it that they don't need to get high.
Okay, well, guys, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Master and Dave for allowing us to come here today in order to film you guys doing your work, as well as learning all the history behind the apple and how to see how the apple is created. We really appreciate you allowing us to come in here today. Film you doing your thing, what you love to do. That's blowing glass, answering some questions, and you've had a great success, and we wish you continued success.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Els.
Al, you got anything you'd like to say? Enjoy.
Thanks. I enjoyed watching it. I watched the whole thing. I just sat here because I've always liked that stuff, but I've always avoided going near it. It's scary.
So don't forget, go to your cannabis store in your area, whether you live in British Columbia or Newfoundland, and you can go in there, check to see if they've got the apple. If they don't, request that they bring you one in and enjoy your hash.
You got a website where people can go directly?
www.canarisswag.shop. It's the Overlord's website.
Okay.
Instagram,
Masterglass. And I'm Dave. Earl Electric Dave.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.